Good morning, everybody. The time is 9:14 a.m. We're going to call this meeting to order. City Clerk, would you please take the roll call?
Yes.
We're getting a little bit of feedback on our microphones. Vance, thank you.
All right. Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Now I'm here.
Vice President Perea. Here. And Council President Maxwell.
Present. All right, looks like we have a quorum. Next will be the invocation. I'm going to ask everyone to stand. Invocation this morning will be led by my good friend, Pastor DJ Kreiner from St. Rest Baptist Church. And afterwards, I'm going to ask everyone to remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be administered by Councilmember Bredefeld. Good morning, Pastor.
To our council president, to our members on the council, to our church, Councilmember Arias, and to my Councilmember Bredefeld, let us pray. Well, Father, it is another day's journey, and Lord, we are glad that we are in the land of the living. Lord, and in my faith, tradition, Christianity, I pray to the God of heaven, to the God of the universe, to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And I'm grateful, Father God, for this amazing council. And our prayer, Father, is that you would unite us, and the decisions that are made today will be done according to your will, and will be done decently and in order. We pray and we honor everyone that's receiving a proclamation as we help to unite a great city in spite of all the division that is taking place around this world. We're asking, Father, that today you would show, Father, us that the victory belongs to you, and because that victory is in you, we have the victory in our hands as a city. And Father, as we conclude this prayer, there is a prayer, Father, that we pray, is that, Father God, next week the 49ers get off their losing streak. Amen. Let the Niners win. In Jesus' name, amen.
City Clerk, are there any changes to today's agenda?
Yes, Council President. I'd like to make two announcements before I get into the changes of the agenda. Anyone that is needing any Spanish translators, please go to the back. We do have our translators in the back for Spanish as well as online. And if any of you on Zoom have noticed, we do have ASL as well, so please feel free to go into that channel. The second announcement I want to make is that CMAC's website is down. However, the streaming is still live on Granicus, YouTube, Facebook, and all other CMAC apps, and broadcasting on Comcast and AT&T. The following changes to the agenda are the special meeting. There was a special meeting notice that was posted for today's meeting at 9 or thereafter for a closed session item, ID 23-1620, regarding conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation regarding a letter on behalf of Lance Cashin Company. The documents are available for inspection at the City Clerk's office upon request. The following items have been moved to contested consent for further discussion. Item 1B, as in boy, ID 23-1554, regarding resolution adopting the Measure P expanded access to arts and cultural grants guideline, was moved to contested consent by Council President Maxwell and Councilmember Arias. Item 1E, 23-1530, regarding the agreement for professional agricultural engineering with NJA Agricultural, is being moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 1I, 23-1559, regarding the First Amendment to a service agreement contract with Holloway Environmental Solutions, was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 1J, ID 23-1543, regarding a bill for introduction amending the uncodified ordinance to adopted changes in additions to the official list of designated special speed zones, was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. The following items have been moved from the agenda and pushed to November 16th council meeting. Item 1D, as in dog, 23-1425, approve the Home Investment Partnership Program, was moved to the November 16th by staff. And item 23-1607 regarding the resolution to notify the council of any delay to existing citywide and district projects caused by new public works or capital projects was also moved to November 16th. And that's all the changes that I have, Council President.
Thank you, City Clerk. I'm going to take it to my colleagues now in numerical order. If they have any additional changes that they'd like to make to the agenda at this time, starting with Councilmember Carbasi.
None.
Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefield. Councilmember Esparza. Council Vice President. I have none myself. Do any council members like to make a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Got a motion by Arias, second by Esparza. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes 7-0. All right, everybody, we got a few proclamations. We're going to be honoring some very special people and organizations today. We got a few to get through, and we're going to start with the celebration of EPU's Gala of Light honorees. So if you're here with EPU, if you could join me at the front of the chambers at this time. Thank you. Like right up here at the front. You'll be accepted on behalf of Casey? Okay. Good morning. How's everybody doing today? We have a very special nonprofit up here, EPU, Exceptional Parents Unlimited. This is one of the oldest organizations, one of the oldest nonprofits in Fresno City Council District 4 that I have the honor of representing, a very unique and a very vital nonprofit. They serve a very in-need population. These are children and parents of children with developmental disabilities. One of the resources that we really lack here is aid to parents and children that have these developmental disabilities. It's a very stressful and frustrating thing when a family gives birth to a child and has these needs, because there's not a lot of resources available here in our local community, and a lot of folks don't know how to go about providing the proper care, need, and attention to these children. And luckily, that's where EPU comes in. They have tailored programs, classes, activities for parents and their children to help work them through what is a very stressful and difficult time in people's lives, so that these children could grow up with the same opportunities that many of us take for granted. Now, tomorrow, EPU is holding a very special event, a Gala of Light, and they're going to be having a couple of honorees being recognized at tomorrow night's event. You'll hear from a couple of them here shortly. But EPU's, their task is a vital one, but it is a difficult one. They don't do it all by themselves. They rely on community partners. We have an honoree up here who's been doing this work for 40 years. She has started vital programs to help these in-need children here at the local level and throughout the state of California. And of course, it's difficult to do this work and to execute this mission if people are not familiar with your work. And so we have an honoree up here too that's helped televise and give airtime to the good work that EPU does, so that the community is aware of what's going on in the community and different ways that they could help. You'll hear from them here shortly, but before we do, I want to hand it off to Executive Director of EPU, Lowell Inns, to give a few words about today's honorees. Lowell.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. We are really excited to be here today, and thank you so much for these proclamations. We are honoring tomorrow night two individuals and organizations that have been very supportive of EPU's work. We cannot do this work without our partners. And so the first is Rachel Camacho-Higgins here, who works with CVRC here in Fresno. We have worked with CVRC for most of our time here in Fresno, and Rachel has been an instrumental partner and player in the work that we do. Really appreciate her heritage of legacy of 40 years of working in this work. So we're going to be honoring her tomorrow night. She's retiring, but I know she's not completely retiring from this work. We really appreciate her. And then JR is here, the general manager of KC24 and CBS 47. JR has been doing a lot of work at his stations to support EPU and the work that we do. They provide airtime, they provide support MCs for our events, and they have just consistently been supportive of the work that we do at EPU for many, many years, and so I appreciate them as well. We'll be honoring them at our Gala of Light. This will be our second event of its kind tomorrow night. We're really excited about it, and it gives us an opportunity to celebrate the partnerships that we have here in this community.
Thank you very much. I want to give a quick opportunity to each of the honorees to say a few words about their work and why it is so important in our community.
Thank you. Thank you to the City Council. Thank you to EPU. And just wanted to mention that it's all about community. Supporting children and families is the community. And these partnerships are so important in order to enable us to do that. So really, the career I've had, the work I've done is not possible without these relationships and partnerships and all the work that everybody does in the community. So thank you so much to EPU. Thank you. And I'm looking forward to this. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm very privileged to be the general manager and vice president for KC24 and CBS 47, and I call them my two giant soapboxes because we loan out our great television stations to share the word and share the message of great people and groups similar, just like EPU. They do fantastic work. They really do help people who need help, parents who are in tough situations, and it's great for the community, and I certainly do appreciate all the council members for their opportunity to be here today. It's an honor to be part of this, and it's an honor to be here with EPU today.
Thank you, Jay. Would you like to say a few words as well?
No, I think they said it all.
Sure, I'm going to ask you to hold on to that. We've all heard it takes a village to raise a child, and that's 100% true. We see folks from the media, government, nonprofit, private sector coming together, and that's really what it takes. These people, in my opinion, are doing God's work, right? Helping parents in probably their most difficult time in their lives, making sure children have an opportunity that every person in our community should be afforded. So on behalf of the city of Fresno, I just want to say thank you. God bless you guys for all the great work that you do, and thank you for being here today. And City Clerk, would you read the proclamations into the record, please?
Yes. Whereas Exceptional Parent Unlimited is honoring Rachel Camacho Higgins, Director of Case Management at the Central Valley Regional Center, with their Beacon of Hope Award, which recognizes individuals for their outstanding efforts and commitment in strengthening and empowering children and family facing extraordinary challenges. And whereas Rachel is the second recipient of EPU's Beacon of Hope Award. And whereas she has spent her career serving the community, bettering the lives of children, families, and persons with unique needs. She helped with the initial design of the Infant Family Services Plan in California and was a critical part in the development of the Early Start program in the state. And whereas her commitment to the community is unwavering, making her the clear choice of the Beacon of Hope Award and deserving of special public honors for her important work to the Fresno area. And whereas Exceptional Parents Unlimited is also honoring KC24 CBS 47 News with their Hope Grows Here Award, as they have generously donated hours of talent, filming, and airtime to promote the work Exceptional Parents Unlimited does for children and families. And whereas KC24 CBS 47 News has publicized how EPU strengthens and empowers children and families facing extraordinary medical and developmental and parenting challenges. And whereas the visibility of EPU in the community is due to a large part of the coverage KC24 and CBS 47 has given them during news segments. And whereas KC24, CBS 47 are true partners in their dedication to helping keep the EPU vision alive, that children can grow up in families in which their individual needs are met, and that their parents have confidence in themselves and in the ability to make the needs of all family members. KC24 and CBS 47 are deserving of special honors for their partnership with EPU in helping to highlight the needs of thousands of Central Valley children and families with all kinds of special needs each year. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim November 2nd, 2023 as Rachel Camacho Higgins and KC24 CBS 47 News Day.
All right, next up, if I could get my friends with the Poverello House to come on up to the front of the chambers. Do you want to stand up here, man? Well, speaking about doing God's work, I know everybody in this room has heard of the Poverello House. Zach, I haven't known you for a very long time, but in the time that I have known you, I've seen the incredible work that you've done here in our community. Unfortunately, homelessness is one of the greatest humanitarian crises of our generation, and there's probably nobody in our community doing more to serve that population than the folks up here with the Poverello House. This year marks their 50th anniversary since Papa Mike moved down to the down from the Bay Area to the city of Fresno, and decided he wanted to start handing out sandwiches to folks in need. A guy going around handing out sandwiches to hungry people has evolved into one of the greatest nonprofits here in our community, the Poverello House. I've seen them do the great work in my district alone. We've recently turned the Clarion Point into both emergency shelters and bridge housing. And I did a tour not too long ago, and I got to talk to some of the families that you guys are serving. This is not some emotionless machine that people are being churned in and out of. It is a very catered program where they provide activities, different programs so that people could start their life over again. And I'm hoping that Zach could talk a little bit about their success rates, about moving people into permanent housing. But they serve thousands of people every single year. They help people turn their lives around, reconnect with family, get permanent affordable housing, get services that they need to regain control of their life. Our city would be a very different place without them. And so we really appreciate the work that you all are doing. And Zach, maybe you could talk a little bit about some of that work and your success at the Poverello House.
Sure. Well, we're humbled and honored to receive this proclamation today from the City Council. And nothing that we do at Poverello House happens apart from partnership. And good folks in our community, probably a lot of folks in here have volunteered down at Poverello House a time or two or 100. And we cannot do our work that we do every day without the partnership of this community. It's been an honor to get to kind of inherit such a special place. I've only been there about 4 years. So there was about 46 before I ever showed up. And of course, there is no Poverello House without Papa Mike starting with some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. And really, we believe in the dignity of every person. That's how our mission begins, the belief in the dignity of every person, and that we have a unique calling to all people, no matter what their circumstance may be, to enrich the lives and spirits of all who pass our way, which is also in our mission statement. But can you imagine those PB&Js turn into over 1 million meals a year? It's really a beautiful thing. But I think it's that core heartbeat of the belief in the dignity of every person. No matter who you are, where you come from, and what you're doing today or tomorrow or yesterday, you can come to Poverello House and be loved and cared for. I do want to allow, really, there is no Poverello House without this amazing young lady right here. This is, we call her Mama Mary McGarvin down at Poverello House, and this is Papa Mike's wife, Mama Mary, who was there from day one, and love to give you the microphone. We also have Claire McGarvin with us, who is their daughter, so who's still very involved at Poverello House. So.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I just want to say I'm a Fresno girl. I was born and raised in Fresno, and I am so proud of the Fresno community for supporting us all these years, and I hope we can go another 50.
Anybody else like to say something?
Yeah, we are very grateful for our partnerships with the City of Fresno. I do believe in our housing numbers. Since about 2020, we've housed over 1,000 individuals. So we're very grateful that we have this opportunity, that we can house more individuals as they go through our care.
You know, you said something really important, and I wanted to highlight that. There's some things that the government does really well. There's some things the private sector does really well. There's some things done best when the two of those partner up to serve the community. And I've seen your blessings out on the street. I've seen the good work that you do, And I think this is an invaluable partnership. And so we appreciate having Poverello as a partner. And we also look forward to 50 more years. Thank you. City Clerk, would you please read the proclamation into the record?
Yes. Whereas, in 1973, the Poverello House has been one of the leading organizations in providing important services for the hungry and unhoused in the Fresno area. Such services include 3 hot meals every day of the year, emergency shelter for individuals and families, and support services like showers, laundry, and clothing. Additionally, the Poverello House offers a 6 months to 1 year rehabilitation program for men and mental health services for any client who requests their service. Navigation and case management are also available at Poverello House, where these services are provided to anyone in need, no questions asked. Whereas founder Mike McGarvin established the Poverello House in Fresno after he and his wife Mary moved from San Francisco, where he himself had experienced hardship, violence, substance abuse, and despair in 1960s. Inspired by a place he found in San Francisco called Poverello, which was where his experience as a volunteer there moved him to serve others, Mr. McGarvin found his mission in life after witnessing the needs of the unhoused in Fresno. And whereas Mike's work started out small, he would go out to the unhoused and hand out peanut butter jelly sandwiches, talk to people, and let them know everyone cared about them. Mike's small ministry soon grew, and others began to join and help. A storefront building was obtained, and he named it after the place that had served him in San Francisco, Poverello House. In the 1990s, he expanded to a larger building at its current location on 412 F Street, which allows to have services to meet the needs of the community. And whereas over the last half-century, the organization has been devoted to serving the needy, living up to its missions. Believing in the dignity of every person at Poverello House, we work to enrich the lives and spirits of all who pass our way by stewarding the resources made available to us through the community's support. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim November 2nd as Poverello House Day.
Councilmember Carbasi, if you could come down and help me announce this next proclamation. You could give it to John. He accepts all documents.
Thank you, Council President. If I could have members of ATAC committee come and join us up on here at the front. Thank you all for being here. So I'm Mike Carbasi. I'm the council member for Northwest Fresno's District 2, and we are doing something that we do every year that we have to do all too often, unfortunately, and that is remember victims of traffic fatalities. We've had, I think every council member has unfortunately experienced this in their districts, and it's a really tough thing to have to experience because we call them collisions, not accidents, as our good friend Joe Martinez has taught us, because they are all avoidable deaths. Now, last year, unfortunately, there were almost 4,000 collisions. We lost 50 pedestrians and bicyclists in our city. This year, we're at about, as of October 23rd, we're about at 3,200 collisions, only 15 deaths. So we are getting better, but 15 deaths. 37. Oh, Laura, correct me. 37 in total. Hopefully, we'll have less this year than last year, but 1 is too many, and that's why we talk about Vision Zero, which is no deaths on our roads. We did have the Pedal Summit, thanks to Fresno State Transportation Institute and the ATAC committee, and along with partnering with the city of Fresno. It is a summit on transportation to exchange ideas on how we can keep our roads safer for cars, pedestrians, bicyclists, even people that use scooters, anybody. And that's the goal, again, to get to Vision Zero. So I think I've said enough on this. I really want to hear from ATAC, but Council President, please.
Thank you, Mike. Like you mentioned, 1 death by a vehicular collision is 1 too many. And unfortunately, we've had years here in the city of Fresno where we've had more pedestrian deaths through vehicular collisions than we have had homicides in the city of Fresno. I know Councilmember Carbasi, the rest of my colleagues and myself are committed to getting to that Vision Zero by getting a plan adopted by but also by investing in responsible infrastructure. We're putting up protected Class 4 bike lanes across the city to keep our bicyclists safe. We're investing more into public transportation and making it more accessible, more affordable, so we could get more folks on our buses throughout the city. But we have a long ways to go. These are the folks, the unsung heroes, that meet up every month to figure out what we're going to do going into the future to make life safer for the people of Fresno, pedestrians and bicyclists. And so I don't know who wanted to say a few words first. Laura, talk a little bit about some of the work you're doing.
Thank you so much, Council President, Councilmember Kabasi. We very much appreciate your support. My name is Laura Gromes. I'm the chair of the Active Transportation Advisory Committee in the city of Fresno. As the council member mentioned, we have too many families losing their family members on our roads. This year we've had 37 deaths from collisions on our road, 15 motorists, 18 pedestrians, 2 bicyclists, and 2 motorcycles, and it's just enough, right? We should not have people dying on our roads just trying to cross the streets, and there's a lot of things that can be done. So we're gonna celebrate those that have lost their lives this year on November 19th in front of City Hall. We're gonna start at 2 p.m. with a bike ride, and 3:30 we're going to have a press conference, and then we're going to have a candlelight vigil to give room for the families that hurt and that want to have justice. We really would, we are asking for action. We really need to change the situation. We're asking for a Vision Zero resolution and a comprehensive outreach plan as we are developing the Vision Zero resolution. And we are asking for safe routes to schools, to all of our schools, because most of our students are not able to drive, right? We all walk in the last couple of feet to our destinations, and hopefully we'll walk a little bit more in our neighborhoods, and we should all be able to do that. We are also asking for a roadside memorial policy that really honors the need to mourn and the need to alert our community that people have lost their lives on our streets. So thank you very much for having us. Thank you so much for the resolution. And I'm going to give the mic around to members of our coalition to just say brief words. And thank you so much for Public Works that are doing a lot to make sure that our roads are safer. And thank you so much for joining us today. And we have a great coalition of people that work towards safe roads. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Erin Obwald. I'm the Executive Director of Safe to School. We do the Crossing Guard program for Fresno Unified. As many of you know, have Fresno Unified children. It's a big district, and there are similar problems between different schools. Sometimes people think that the issue is just around their school, but as I go to every school, I will tell you that there are a lot of shared issues. So with efforts like Safe Routes to School, we asked the City Council, and we are thankful for their participation, but in just helping all of us working together to create that safety around every school.
Andreina Aguilar with Public Works, Chief Engineering Tech. I oversee the transportation planning for Public Works in the city, and we are happy to assist and encourage bicycle riding, safe, different modes of transportation for the general public, and we're happy to help you out here.
Hello, my name is Julie Conji. I'm a local bicycle mechanic here in Fresno. I'm on the board of the Fresno County Bicycle Coalition, and I am the founder and director of the bike station here in Fresno. Each year, there's 1,000 bicyclists that die and over 130,000 are injured. World Day of Remembrance honors these victims. As an advocate for bicycle safety, I encourage the cyclists of Fresno to take full advantage of the new bike lanes that are now open. These bike lanes are a significant step towards ensuring safety and a better riding experience here in Fresno.
Thank you. Tony Molina, Chair of the Fresno County Bicycle Coalition, and I want to thank the members of the City Council, the Council President and Vice President for all your efforts to promote safe streets for all in Fresno. We've made some great progress, and I want to thank everybody for that. I would like to also mention it's appropriate for us to be honoring victims of traffic violence because today is Dia de los Muertos. So in many cultures, this is the day. So it's great. Thank you for the proclamation honoring them. So as we are doing this because we want to remember, support, but also to move towards action. So thank you for all of our efforts. Because we want to make safer streets, safe streets save lives. So thank you. I want to introduce Joe Martinez.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank Councilmember Carbassi and Councilmember Tyler Maxwell, and of course the entire council members that are behind me. I represent the families of the traffic victims. Too often, too many of our pedestrians and cyclists are being killed in the city of Fresno for walking or riding a bike. I lost my son here in Fresno 10 years ago. This is Paul Martinez. Paul was walking in the city of Fresno, and like many pedestrians, they're injured or killed because our streets simply are not safe. But I do have to give credit to the City Council because they have made street safety a priority. You already heard the adoption of Vision Zero, the federal funds that they have received for safe roads, the infrastructure that's taking place here in our city, and of course, the traffic crash site where Paul was killed. There's been a lot of improvements, but we have a long ways to go, folks. We're averaging 25 pedestrians who are killed in the city of Fresno. 100% of these collisions, they're not accidents, because accidents suggest that nobody's at fault. These are 100% preventable collisions. Paul did not have to die. Neither did the 25 pedestrians over the last 10 years. So that means 250 pedestrians have lost their lives since Paul died, 2013. Okay, 250 pedestrians have been killed in Fresno in 10 years. Okay, and there is a family left behind to grieve, to remember, and to honor. And so I want to thank the City Council for taking time to do just that on World Day of Remembrance. Again, that's going to be on Sunday, November the 19th here at City Hall. We invite all of you to join us, the families who remember our children, our sons, our daughters, our nephews, our nieces, our grandparents, our aunts, our uncles, all of our loved ones who lost their lives. We will not forget, we remember, and we will honor their lives. So again, thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm just going to add, I'm so sorry, Council. We have made historic investments in our budget specifically to combat things like safer routes to schools. For example, in District 2, by Star Elementary, in fact, thank you, Public Works, we are going to install a left turn phasing so that kids won't be hit, parents won't be hit, because unfortunately, those are areas where they really need to be sanctuaries. So, and there's lots of other projects throughout. We've talked about the red light study we've commissioned to stop at the red light runners, and we're working on that, and that's coming up soon. So, thank you. Ready to read that? Yeah. Can we have the clerk please read the proclamation, Brianna?
Yes. Whereas on October 26, 2005, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the World Day of Remembrance for road traffic victims to globally acknowledge the millions of people that have tragically lost their lives due to roadway collisions. And whereas in 2022, according to the data from NHTSA, there were 42,795 traffic fatalities nationally, 4,407 of those in California. And whereas in Fresno in 2022, there were 3,995 total collisions, which included 192 pedestrians and 96 bicycles and 50 total fatalities, including 28 pedestrian and 7 bike fatalities. And whereas in Fresno, as of October 12, 2023, there have been 3,125 total collisions, 207 involving pedestrians, and 96 involving bicycles. And there have been 29 total fatalities, including 14 pedestrians and 1 bicycle. And whereas World Day of Remembrance also serves as an opportunity to thank the various emergency service responders that are critical in responding to roadway collisions and to advocate for evidence-based actions to prevent further road traffic deaths and injuries. And whereas, as a city, we strive to make our streets safe for all road users, including motorists, pedestrians, cyclists, transit users, children, students, parents, seniors, and those living with limited mobility or disability. Now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor, and the Fresno City Council recognize the third Sunday of November as World Day of Remembrance and pay homage to all people across the world who have lost their lives or have been seriously injured while using the road. Be it further resolved that we, Mayor, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim November 19th as World Day of Remembrance.
Next up, we have proclamation honoring Sikh Heritage Month, sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and the City Manager.
Good morning. My pleasure to be here this morning on behalf of the mayor with Councilmember Esparza, recognizing Sikh Heritage Month. If I could, Mr. Sangha, if you could come up and accept. As we know, Sikh is the world's largest, 5th largest religion. So anybody who wants to come on up, we appreciate it. As we know, the Sikh community is a very important part of our community and brings such valuable traditions and service to our community. So we're very happy to be able to recognize, I'm kind of getting lost here. No, that's okay. I'm very happy. It's okay. I'm good. So we're very pleased to be able to recognize for Sikh Heritage Month. So I think I'm going to go straight to the proclamation. Come on, Council.
Yes. All right. Whereas Sikhism is the world's 5th largest religion with more than 30 million members worldwide and an estimated of 500,000 Sikh Americans. And whereas Sikh has been living in the United States for more than 100 years. During the early 20th century, thousands of Sikh Americans worked on farms and lumber mills and mines and on the Oregon, Pacific, and Eastern Railway. They have made countless contributions to our country. And whereas 2023 is the 554th birth year of Guru Nanak, the first of 10 gurus and founders of Sikhism. Sikh celebrates Guru Nanak Gurup's birth anniversary worldwide and recognizes it as one of the most important dates in the Sikh calendar. And whereas Vaisakhi is also a historically significant day for Sikhs and is celebrated worldwide on April 14th as the birth of Khalsa, a tradition of initiating Sikhs and promoting equality. And whereas Sikh Americans distinguish themselves by fostering respect among all people by practicing the 3 key pillars in Sikhism: Kirat Karni, honest living; Van Shukana, sharing with others; and Nam Japana, remembrance of God. And whereas the Sikh community is important to California's diversity, with more than 25% of Sikh Americans living in the state, Fresno has become a cultural center for Sikhism with a large and vibrant community. And whereas today the city of Fresno seeks to further celebrate its diversity and afford all residents the opportunity to better understand, recognize, and appreciate the rich history of Sikh Americans. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim November 2023 to be Sikh Heritage Month.
It's on.
Thank you all for coming out here to join us this morning. on behalf of the council, I think when we celebrate Sikh Heritage Month, as we have for several years here at City Hall, it really serves a dual purpose. Number one, in bringing awareness to our community, in order to let folks know that you folks live here, or your neighbors, your family, you're part of this community. I know we've had in the past acts of violence, and so that awareness is really one purpose. The other purpose is really just a celebration of having you folks here in our community. There are millions, tens of millions of Sikhs worldwide, 500,000 here in the United States, and many of those concentrated here in the San Joaquin Valley in the city of Fresno. So proud to call many of you my personal friends, colleagues, and again, neighbors. And we are pleased to celebrate Sikh Heritage Month each and every year here at City Hall. I was going to wear my orange tie, but I got it dirty on Halloween, and I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it dry cleaned in time. But again, thank you. Well, welcome.
Again, thank you very much. On behalf of the Sikh community of Fresno, we want to thank you, City Council and Mayor and Georgiana, especially you. We have many organizations represented here, so I will not say any one individual organization or a person's name, because we belong to Sikh community, and we want to make sure that we serve our community. And then as you read the proclamation, there are 3 pillars of Sikhism is written in there. It says Naam Japna, meditate in the name of God, Kirt Karni, earn hard living, and Vanchakna, share with the community. That's what our community stands for. I'm so proud for in each and every one right here. These are all pillars in their own institutions. These are institutions in themselves. So anytime, if call upon us, and we will be standing with you in anywhere we can. So again, thank you very much for being here. I want to thank you, each and every one of you, for being here. We have proclamations for individual organizations. We'll do that outside. If you don't mind, we can go outside and take a group photograph outside on the stairs. Thank you very much.
ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਗੱਜ ਕੇ ਫਤਿਹ ਬੁਲਾਈਏ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ. This is a great opportunity for the Sikh American community, because right now in New York, there has been numerous hate crimes against Sikh Americans. They are getting beaten up. So we want to create this awareness that there is no place for discrimination in this great nation. We the people, because we are the people, and we respect every religion, every culture, and we are humans, and we are the people. And we really want to thank City of Fresno for having this wonderful event every single year, appreciating the Sikh Heritage Month. And they have also recognized the Sikh genocide as well, because I'm about to cry, because in 1984, our families were being slaughtered. And we need to educate each other about who we are, and we just need to appreciate each other, because we are humans. And once again, Mayor Dyer and all the council members, thank you for recognizing November as Sikh American Appreciation and Heritage Month, and I know California will be also appreciating it. And please celebrate them at your schools, at your neighbors, because we are here for the community. We will stand up for every human being. Earlier I heard Poverello House. Sikh Americans have contributed millions of dollars in Poverello House. And also I would like to request the city, I heard the people talking about the safety. Fresno streets are horrible. I hope all the streets, especially west of 99, 93722, 93723, get them fixed. So we appreciate you. God bless you all. Waheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji ki Fateh.
On behalf of Sikh Council of Central California, we thank you, the City Mayor, Jerry Dyer, Council members, Council President Max Pereira, City Manager, for observing Sikh Heritage Month, which is almost for a couple of years continuously it is observed. We Sikhs believe in one God. We believe in one God, and we like to live together with happiness, with very good cordial relationship with all communities, to serve them with at power. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One last. On behalf of American Sikh Sangat, along with all our Sikh organization, we extend our deepest thanks to our respected council members and Honorable Mayor for the proclamation recognizing Sikh Heritage Month of this November in our city. This proclamation is not just the celebration for the Sikh Heritage Month. It is a celebration of diversity that enriches our city. It also represents a profound acknowledgement about the Sikh history, contribution, and values. So again, I would like to thank everyone who consider this month as a Sikh heritage, and we look forward to work with the city. Thank you. Thank you very much. If we can ask everybody to go outside, then we can take a picture out there.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, lastly, we have National Animal Shelter Appreciation Week, which is sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and City Manager and Animal Center. City Manager?
Alma, you want to come up? Okay, a little bit, we're shifting gears here. So want to thank Alma for all of her efforts. So beginning Sunday the 5th through the 11th, we celebrate National Shelter Appreciation Week. And this is a time to recognize all of the staff and volunteers who work in the animal rescue, adoption, saving community. There are a lot of partners that we have that day in and day out dedicate their time and energy for the benefit of the animals in our community. We're very fortunate to have all sorts of organizations in our community that range from trap neuter return for cats to pet food assistance, vet care and food, vet and food assistance for our unhoused population, transportation. There's just so many things that we have in our community that we are very grateful for. As we transition into fully taking over our animal services in the city of Fresno, we have learned so much and are much more aware and intimately involved in as to what it takes to take care of the animals in our community. So I would like to invite, we have a number of the organizations that are involved. I'd like to invite them up. If I could get representatives from ACT, the Animal Compassion Team, up here, Animal Rescue of Fresno, Fresno Bully Rescue, Fresno Furry Friends, Fresno Humane Animal Services, our partner, Fresno TNR, the Kirkland Foundation, Labrador Retriever Rescue of Fresno, Mel's Mutts, Valley Animal Center, Westside Rescue, Halo Cafe, and if there's anybody else that I've missed, please join us as well. We have individual certificates for each of your organizations because without all of you, we would be in a pretty awful place in our community. So thank you, everybody, for all that you do on behalf of the animals of our community. We very much appreciate all of your dedication. So I'm going to go ahead and ask the clerk to read the proclamation, which we have in honor of Animal Shelter Appreciation Week. And while she's doing that, we'll go ahead and hand out certificates to each of your organizations. So clerk, please.
Whereas the Humane Society of the United States in 1996 named November's first full week as National Animal Shelter Appreciation Week to highlight animals' welfare organizations' role in communities across the nation. And whereas Fresno area animal welfare organizations provide critical community service such as adoption, low or no-cost sterilization, vaccination clinics, veterinarian care, and community cat care. And whereas animal welfare organizations make positive contributions to the lives of animals and humans alike, helping reunite lost pets with their families, investigating and prosecuting animal cruelty cases, caring for community cat populations, rescuing injured animals, organizing animal rescue transportation, and providing educational resources to the public. And whereas animal welfare organization workers often volunteer their services, work tirelessly, endlessly, and are great advocates for the animal and citizens they serve. And whereas there are an estimated of 6 to 8 million homeless animals that seek refuge each year. Animal welfare organizations work to find forever homes for those animals. And whereas every day local animal welfare staff provides care and comfort to shelter animals and serves the communities with dignity, kindness, compassion, and respect. And whereas the City of Fresno recognizes local animal welfare organizations and their staff for the long hours of work they perform in serving both the animal and residents of our community, and for their passion and commitment to helping animals. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, City Manager Georgianne White, and members of the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim November 5th through the 11th to be National Animal Shelter Appreciation Week.
Alrighty, that'll take us to council member comments and reports at this time, starting with council member Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. So happy Halloween, everyone. I hope you all had a great time. In District 2, there were a lot of exciting events. One was at Gibson Elementary. It was the Trunk or Treat event last week. A lot of safe fun there. And the Pinedale Community Center. This was amazing. They had 2 nights, the 30th and 31st, where the inside of the center was a haunted house for kids. And that was really great. I want to thank Kyle Jeffcoach and the staff there, and especially Parks and Aaron Aguirre. You guys did a great job with that haunted house. It scared me, so it was well done. Then we had the Pedal Summit I mentioned earlier. It's the first of its kind transportation summit here in Fresno at the Convention Center. And I want to really thank not only our ATAC committee, which used to be the BPAC committee, but also the Fresno State Transportation Institute, Dr. Ali Tawfik, all the students and staff that made it possible. You brought people from all over the world. We had the mayor of Rochester, Minnesota here. We had, of course, a delegation from Münster, Germany, where they have hundreds of thousands of bikes on their roads and 1 fatality last year. So that goes to show you that there are communities we can learn from to make sure that our roads are safer, and we continue to make the investments necessary to do that. And I want to thank Public Works staff for participating in the summit as well, and Council Vice President Perea for leading the mayor's panel at that event. I want to congratulate the FTA on their negotiations and Fresno's teachers for standing strong. I think that because of your work, we're going to have smaller class sizes, which will really impact the future of this community. Tomorrow's Public Works employees and city engineers and city council members are right now probably going to Fresno Unified Schools, and to ensure they have a better learning environment is important, and I think that deal really shows teachers are valued and our kids are valued, and they're not going to be removed from school. They're going to stay in school and learn. One last thing. In District 2, we are having the 2nd annual California Pickleball Classic, November 11th and 12th. I want to thank RN Hakimian for letting us know about that. It's at the Sierra Sport and Racket Club. It's the 11th and 12th, and registration deadline is November 7th, and you can register at pickleballrackets.com. And my understanding, I've heard a little rumor that Councilman Bredefeld and I are going to have a little competition there, a little red and blue. Is that what I'm hearing? So come on to the Pickleball Classic at Sierra Sport and Racket Club. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Tomorrow, our office will be hosting with the Bike Coalition a bicycle and helmet giveaway in the Tower District at 11 o'clock. I invite all the council members to bring their bikes if you actually have one, and I invite the mayor to bring his electric bike because I know he doesn't really ride a real bike. With that, thank you to the folks at Parks for their beginning to resurface the tennis courts. Although sometimes KMJ folks will say that roading is not used, I can assure you it's heavily used by everyone across the city and has millions of visitors every year, and that's why we are making investments at Roding Park. As well as thank you to Public Works. You guys have been doing really busy work with reslurring and reconstructing our streets. Van Ness, current annual, Van Ness, Bauman, Olive, and Blackstone is almost done from Abbey to Olive, so thank you for that. And lastly, Council, I'd like to invite you to the Dia de los Muertos. As you know, today is officially Dia de los Muertos. We'll be having an event this Saturday at Fresno and Chaffee Zoo from 10 to 3 p.m. You're welcome to come. Last thing, City Manager, we've been, I think, sending this to your staff a few times. Last night, I drove by Santa Clara in front of Poverello. We're starting to see a lot of outdoor fires again in front of Poverello. As you know, that is a residential neighborhood, and the residents have begun to complain about their inability to breathe in their own homes as a result of the open fires on Santa Clara Street. I know we've had some conversations about policing, fire enforcement by the fire department. But just as a reminder, we need to work on that area because it is a residential neighborhood and we have elderly folks with pre-existing health conditions that cannot handle open fires coming in through their air conditioning and heating systems. With that, thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Just a couple of quick thank yous to our team. Last week we were joined by the mayor, Scott Mosier, Aaron Aguirre on the park / community garden that's going to happen over at the Jackson Huntington neighborhood. And I just wanted to publicly thank our Parks Department as that parcel transitions to a community garden. We are going to be taking community input on what the configuration, amenities, and the layout will be for the park. But the most important thing I wanted to also publicly thank our folks that helped during that Roosevelt incident. I did get a status on the students that were hurt, and as some of you know, it ranged anywhere from broken arms to bruises to broken teeth. Again, I want to thank Dr. Jack that volunteered to do some of the dental work for reconstruction for some of the kids that were hurt. But I also want to thank Scott Mosier for bringing the Complete Streets project to fruition. That street will now have sidewalks, one of the city of Fresno's major thoroughfare that has never had sidewalks. It'll be from Cedar all the way to 6th with bike lanes, with pedestrian paths, with lighting, and the bus stop where our kids won't have to wait in the mud to catch the bus or get to school. And just wanted to thank our folks for the work that they did and thank the mayor for joining us last week as well for the unveiling. And last thank you will be to the Jackson neighborhood folks. They really were the ones that led this effort and will be quite involved with the outreach for the garden layout. And last thing I'll say is a couple of days ago, the mayor and I had the honor of joining Ross Clark's family for her services over at Sacred Heart. And I just wanted to thank the family for the invitation and thank all the folks from the Neighborhood Watch program that helped coordinate this. It was a pretty fitting service. And thank you, Ross, for all the work that you did in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, sure. I'd like to thank both PD as well as all of our other community partners for a successful trunk or treat within our district at the Manchester Center or the Saturday before this last. It was great to see all the thousands of different kids and between hundreds of families come out and enjoy themselves, and really is a joy to be able to do that each and every year. Also, I had to report back on the taco truck throwdown where I was a judge. I ate 25 different tacos. It was great. It was great. I had to pace myself a little bit. I ate about 1/3 of each taco, and so it was a great experience. I know Councilmember Chavez, I think, has done it in the past, so he can relate. He knows exactly how it goes. I want to thank our Public Works Department for the recent completion of the Fresno Clinton repaving. I had previously described that intersection as one of the most wrecked intersections in Fresno, and it's residents are very, very pleased, very, very happy to finally have that repaired to its fullest. So, again, thank you to our Public Works Department. On Tuesday, had the privilege of joining the Trinity Development Center, which is an adult day center. They've been open for many years, but they finally had their official ribbon cutting and grand reopening. And so congratulations to Trinity Development Center. Lots more going on in District 7, but so I'll keep it short today. Thank you, Council President.
Council Vice President Perea.
Thank you, Council President. So over the last couple of weeks, we had a chance to participate in a couple ribbon cuttings, one being for Senkel Sports. This was to announce their Palm and Shields Little League. So congratulations to the kids, the future kids that this organization will serve. I also had the opportunity to participate and to co-host the Domestic Violence Committee hearing. This was co-hosted with Assemblymember Blanca Rubio. So just very appreciative that she took the time to listen to the voices of the domestic violence folks down here in the Central Valley that are doing the work here on the Valley floor. Also, just wanted to say happy birthday to a couple District 1 constituents. We had one turn 100 years old, that was Aldina Lehman, and we had someone turn 101 years old, that was Mary Tonka. And so just want to wish on behalf of the city of Fresno a big happy birthday to those folks. And lastly, I just want to make note that in partnership with District 3, we're going to be hosting a bike and helmet giveaway. It's going to be on a first-come, first-served basis. And this will be Saturday, November 4th from 11 to 2 in the Tower Theater parking lot. So join us for a fun day. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Just a couple of updates on District 4's end. Number one, I just wanted to thank everybody that came out to our third annual Fall Fest this last Saturday. Thank you to our Parks Department and all the staff that helped volunteer. Like I said, this was our third annual Fall Festival. We provide free pumpkins to all children who come. They have the ability to paint the pumpkin and take it home. A lot of these children wouldn't normally otherwise have that opportunity. They all came in costume. We had hundreds of children in costume taking home prizes. They got some free food. Everything was donated, everything was volunteer basis, and so it really was the whole community coming together to make this possible. Our first year we had 75 families. This last Saturday we had 740 neighbors show out to this event. So thank you to everybody that made it possible. We really love giving back to the community, getting them engaged, involved, and was happy to see them take home some pumpkins. Second and last, if anybody is interested in seeing the preliminary designs for the upcoming senior center, next Tuesday would be the time to do so. Next Tuesday, the 7th, from 5:30 to 7 o'clock p.m. You could go to 4325 North Blackstone. That's our senior drop-in center. The preliminary designs are available. If you'd like to give any input on that design before we move forward, that would be the best opportunity to do so. So hope to see some folks there. Thank you. City Manager?
Thank you, Council President. Also wanted to follow up on Councilmember Chavez's comments about the Roz Clark funeral services. Obviously the mayor and Roz were very, very close from his decades of being our police chief and in the police department, and she was just such a ray of sunshine in our community and was so dedicated to Neighborhood Watch and just grew that from nothing to something. So thinking of her family during this time, but she served well and she was a good servant. So just wanted to acknowledge that. On a completely different note, just wanted to highlight a couple things that have gone out this week. Actually, I really wanted to highlight and bring to your attention the third quarter economic development report that went out this week. Our economic development department, and when you read the report, is really making some amazing progress. So I want to thank Lance Lippincott and his entire team. They are a small but mighty team, and they are doing tremendous work. I thought it was very appropriate that for Halloween, they all dressed up as In-N-Out Burger employees. And the reason why I thought that was totally appropriate is because everybody knows that In-N-Out Burger is all about customer service. And that is one area where that company excels in treating their employees right and making sure that the customer is satisfied. So I thought it was a very appropriate and fitting Halloween costume for Lance and his entire team. So thank you to the Economic Development Department, and thank you. And so council members, those are going out every quarter. And if you have any questions or comments on that, please feel free to reach out. And then one last thing. We notified you a few months ago that we were having to turn up on the delinquent utility billing accounts. As you know, everything was on pause during COVID, and the balance of amounts owed has grown tremendously. So the utilities billing collection staff has reached out to all of the accounts to put people on payment plans. And we're going to be proceeding forward for the next level for delinquent accounts that have not been responsive to the city or have not signed up for a payment plan. So stay tuned for that. We as you know, public utilities is, mostly funded by ratepayers, and to have, a many $million accounts receivable balance is a bit of a problem. So looking forward to working with our residents to get everybody on a payment plan so we can get them caught up on their utility bills. And that is it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. City Clerk.
Yes, we just have one. I previously mentioned this morning that we now have ASL through our Zoom, as you can see on the screen there. So if anyone needs those services, please feel free to enter into that channel. We are pleased to have ASL. Thank you.
City Attorney?
No report today.
Okay. That'll conclude remarks and comments up here on the dais. We're going to move on to public comment at this time. That'll include any consent items, including contested consent, unscheduled communication, and closed session. If you wish to speak and you're in the chambers today, please fill out one of these yellow cards. There's some in the back of the chamber. There's some in the front. Bernard, we're actually going to do 3 minutes per speaker. When you have 1 minute remaining, the yellow light will come up. When your time has expired, the red light will go off. And then we'll move to folks that wish to speak virtually afterwards. We'll start in the order that I received them, beginning with Jada Hussain.
Okay. 25 days. For 25 days, the Israeli government has been carpet bombing Gaza and the West Bank, kidnapping Palestinian boys and men, torturing them. I am standing in front of you today calling for you to demand a ceasefire in Gaza and the West Bank to show solidarity for the Palestinians who have lost their homes, their families, and their lives. For the same 25 days, we, local Fresnans, have been pleading out, hoping for you, our local government, to show an ounce of compassion and humanity, all while being called terrorists and a hate group. Just under 10,000 Palestinians are now dead, from which more than 3,000 are children, not including the estimated 2,000 still under the rubbles. These people are not Hamas. Their children are not Hamas. Council President Maxwell, you probably don't remember me, but about 2 years ago, my friend and I had a short conversation with you at Collect, a local Palestinian-owned coffee shop here in Fresno. I was only beginning to learn about using my voice, and it felt very powerful to simply introduce myself and ask you about local government. I only bring this up today because that day, I felt you saw me as a human just like any other. But the silence of our local government on the apartheid in Palestine has been nothing but personally dehumanizing to me and all of the fellow Muslims and Arabs here in Fresno. Earlier, I heard you say that one life lost to a car accident is one life too many, and I couldn't agree more. But what about the 9,000 murdered in Palestine? How many more lives will it take for this council to say enough? I refuse to have my tax dollars continue to fund a government that has committed numerous international crimes. I refuse to fund the genocide of my Palestinian brothers and sisters. I've been talking about the last 25 days, but I know that you know that this has been 75 years of apartheid. If you cannot see the Palestinians in Gaza as anything more than numbers and casualties, look at the Palestinians and Arab Fresnans behind me. We are their flesh and blood. Hear their cries through our pleas. Demand a ceasefire now. Thank you.
I did forget to note that if you would also like to give public comment on the special meeting closed session item, now would be the appropriate time to do that as well. Next in the chambers, we have Camille Russell.
This one? Good afternoon, City Council members. I'm Camille Russell. I'm on the board of Peace Fresno. We are a local group that's been working for the past 20 years calling for an end to war and militarism. And I'm here today to call on you to stand as we do with the people of Palestine. And you'll hear from many more who can tell you more about the horrors that are going on there. The thing we can do right now is to reach up to those that are in higher levels of the government than you are and ask for a ceasefire now. That is not what our country is doing. What people worldwide are witnessing in Palestine is a genocide. It's on a massive scale. The shame of it is that this genocide is supported and enabled by the United States government. Israel's attack on occupied Palestine is seriously damaging the reputation of the United States worldwide. Compassionate, caring people take a stand with others who are oppressed. As citizens in a democracy, we each have the responsibility to call for an immediate end to this genocide. A ceasefire is a good way to start. We call on you, our elected leaders. You have the opportunity and you have the burden to act in the interest of all people. We are one people, one planet. Thank you.
Next in the chambers is Raneem Al-Ahmed.
My name is Raneem Al-Ahmed. I'm a doctor of pharmacy and a Palestinian American who grew up in Fresno and has lived here my entire life. Watching the recent escalation of violence in the Middle East has been horrifying and heartbreaking, to say the least. However, it is even more upsetting to see how our city leaders have chosen to respond. While violence against Israelis were rightly condemned, the same condemnations against violence towards Palestinians remain nowhere to be found. 2.2 million Palestinians live in Gaza, one of the most densely populated regions on earth. 50% of this population is under the age of 18. Israel has collectively punished this entire civilian population by cutting off food, water, fuel, and electricity. This, along with relentless bombardments, have killed 8,796 Palestinians, including 3,648 children. Hospitals, mosques, churches, refugee camps, ambulances, and UN schools have all been targeted. There is no safe place for Gazans to go. As a healthcare professional, I'd like to highlight the public health implications that are currently unfolding before our eyes as Israel refuses to cease fire. Hospitals that are already overwhelmed by over 20,000 trauma patients are running out of fuel, which means patients hooked to ventilators and premature babies in incubators will not be able to survive. They are running out of essential medications. Diabetic patients do not have access to insulin. Pregnant women are being forced to give birth and undergo C-sections without medications. Surgeries are being performed without anesthesia. Doctors are being forced to use vinegar on open wounds due to lack of antibiotics. Malnourishment and dehydration has become widespread. This is nothing short of a humanitarian catastrophe, and we will look back on this moment of history and wonder how we let it happen. So when the leaders of this city council turn a blind eye and refuse to even acknowledge an ongoing genocide, it is sending a clear message to the Arab and Muslim constituents of this county. Your lives do not matter. This rhetoric and the dehumanization of Palestinians has proven dangerous and led to an increase of Islamophobia across the nation. Let's put a stop to it at a local level. There are people living in Fresno who have had relatives killed in Gaza and are currently feeling unheard and unseen. In order to prevent the loss of more lives, we are urging an immediate ceasefire and a resolution put forward that condemns these war crimes, similar to the resolution that was recently passed in the city of Richmond. As community leaders, I urge each of you to educate yourselves on this topic and understand the last 75 years of ongoing military occupation that has denied Palestinians basic human rights. Thank you.
Next in the chambers is Hugo Morales.
If I could get some assistance in passing out the handout. This way for each council member and any one of the dice. Yeah, my name is Hugo Morales, and I'm here this morning to speak about Measure P guidelines. This is an extremely significant opportunity for the arts ecosystem in Fresno, and it's important that we try our best to get it right from the beginning. I have 3 concerns that can be easily addressed with simple changes to the guidelines, as indicated by my handout. These are: 1, the current guidelines don't emphasize the central purpose of Measure P, which is to increase access to arts and culture. The narrative application fails to ask the applicant who is their audience and how they plan to increase it. Without knowing who the current audience is, how will we know if Measure P has had any impact? If you don't know where you are starting from, the baseline, how will you know if access has been expanded? And this expanded access is the heart and central purpose of Measure P. Is that what our voters voted for? By putting emphasis in the application materials and in the review process on the importance of increasing and expanding access, it focuses the applicant on the central mission of the program and gathers needed evaluation data to demonstrate impact. A second concern is around equity. Specifically, are enough funds designated to allow for small budgeted organizations and startups to participate fully? Happily, the emerging organizations category has been added. I would suggest that these applicants be required to fill out the full application. And the third concern I have is that organizations are currently allowed to apply for both general operating support and specific project funds. This feels a bit like double dipping. And since an organization's projects are part of its overall budget, it makes sense to apply for either one. My issue here is that this double dipping will draw down the funds available for the smaller organizations not eligible for general operating support. My request is that applicants must choose either general operating support or specific project support. Thank you for your consideration.
We have a scheduled 10:05 appearance by Camilla Sutherland to discuss Roding Park. Camilla, are you still in the chambers with us? If not, we'll go back to yellow cards. Gurdeep Singh Strigil, are you still in the chambers with us? don't think I see him. Linda Merson? Linda? Apologies on the last name.
Good morning. Like many of you today, I woke up, reached for my phone, and started scrolling through my social media channels. However, in the last 3 weeks, it's brought me nothing but pain, sadness, and anger at the images and voices coming out of Gaza. I'm going to read to you now a note I read this morning. It is written from the city council members of Gaza to their colleagues in Barcelona. We don't know if we'll be able to keep in contact from now on, so please tell the following generations about us if we don't exist anymore. Tell them about how beautiful and charming the Palestinian people were and how committed they were to their land and cause. It's been a pleasure working with you these last few years. May God let us rest in peace. I cannot continue to wake up every day to a new number of dead children and innocent civilians that is funded by our taxpayer money. Every morning it's more loss, more families wiped off this earth, and it needs to be stopped. The people in this room have the power as a collective voice to say ceasefire now. Though we all come from different backgrounds and faith traditions, I believe we can all agree with the sentiment expressed by Jesus of Nazareth when, standing on a mountainside in what is now northern Israel, he said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God." Thank you.
Next up is Samai Muniz.
Hi, good morning. My name is Samai, and I'm standing in solidarity with Palestine and all of the people in diaspora, but especially those in the Gaza Strip right now. They have been systematically bombed and killed since October 7th in what I see only as collective punishment, which is a war crime. The IDF, or the Israel Defense Forces, are committing war crimes as I speak in front of you. And I urge you and I demand you as our representatives to support, to legislate, to whatever it is that you have power to do to support ceasefire and an eventual resolution of the war in Palestine. I cannot undo the atrocities I have seen, and I'm sure we all have seen coming out of Gaza, but we can choose to end hate, death, and the bombs that the U.S. literally sends and are used inside of the Gaza Strip. We can choose to support peace, resolution, and not only peace for them, but peace for everyone. It's just that the people of Palestine need it more right now. It's so urgent. And I really wanted to come and speak and use my voice because the U.S. sent $3.3 billion in foreign assistance to Israel in the year 2022, which is the data that I found online. 8.8 million of that went to their country economy, while 99.7% of the 3.3 billion went to the Israel military. That makes not only you complicit, but I complicit, since this is the money that comes out of every single paycheck I do, which I don't see much in return. I don't have health care. I have to pay for it. I don't receive much in return for everything that I give. So I hold you and I hold us complicit and accountable. And I just want you to reflect and think, do you hold different people to different value systems? Do some people, are some people more worth to you than others? And why do some loss of lives require your actions and attention and not others? So please reflect and remember that you represent a diverse population. A lot of Fresnoians may not have a strong voice, like I don't. I'm learning to practice it. But I'm here to tell you that we will hold you accountable. And we are learning that our voice holds power. And I live here, and I see the decay here, and I see the blight, and I'm actually really happy for what I saw today, but I also know the fight that they have endured to get to where they have been. All of the groups here, I know how hard it is to get where they are at now. And so I'm just asking you to listen to us and remember who you represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the chambers is Layla.
Good
Good morning, Mayor Dyer and members of the City Council and the people of Fresno. On this day in 1917, Britain issued an ill-fated Balfour Declaration, which paved the way for the establishment of the Zionist entity by killing and displacing Palestinians from their homeland. I am a Palestinian, and I'm here to address the current genocide, collective punishment, and ethnic cleansing occurring in Gaza and in Palestine against my people since 1948. Over 9,061 Palestinians were killed by the Israeli occupations this morning. Over 3,760 of them are children alone, and 2,300 of them are women, with hundreds missing and buried underneath the rubble. This morning, an UNRWA school with thousands of Palestinians who were seeking shelter were struck with phosphorus bombs. Israel dropped more than 25,000 tons of explosives on the Gaza Strip since October 7th. Today, the occupation forces demolished a fence and a horse stable belonging to my cousin, a journalist from my village in Jerusalem. 1.1 million Palestinians have been forced to leave their homes from northern Gaza to the south of the blockade city, when already 75% of its residents are refugees who were displaced in 1948. The Palestinian resistance defended themselves against an Israeli military occupation after suffering a 75-year occupation and going on a 17-year siege placed on 2.3 million living in a concentration camp that is 25 miles long and 7 miles wide, making it the most densely populated area in the world. While the right of Palestinians to resist as an occupied people is fully afforded to them by the international law and Fourth Geneva Convention, the Israeli occupation continuously acts in defiance of international law and should be tried in the International Criminal Court. Despite all this, on October 12th, Mayor Dyer and your council members condemned Palestine while victimizing the occupation and repeated the jarring, false, and debunked claims of beheaded babies. You also spoke about unity, not with Palestinians whom you described as evil, but between the city of Fresno and the state of Israel and the Jewish people, while raising 3 Israeli flags and not one single Palestinian flag to represent me and the Palestinian community in Fresno. Upon exiting Cornerstone Church, the next night, the former night, we approached and I asked Mayor Dyer, what about us? What about Palestinians? And you said, and that's wrong too, Palestinians died, but they didn't die. They were killed by American weapons paid for by our tax dollars, nearly $4 billion a year. In December, as a VIP guest to the Hmong New Year, I personally spoke to the mayor, expressing my grievances about never representing the Palestinian community, despite how much we offer the city of Fresno, and how contradictory it was for you to be there, given that Palestinians are refugees too. You shook my hand in apparent affirmation, and you said you'd love to meet with me and members of my community, but you never reached out.
You have 5 seconds, Lena.
My last sentence will be,
unfortunately, the time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next in the chambers is Yassir Amare.
Good morning. I don't know how to address you all, but I'm going to start by saying...
A little closer to the microphone, sir. Thank you.
I said I didn't know how to address you guys, but I think I would say honorable city council members, and your actions will dictate if that's a true statement or not. I'm a Palestinian, and I'm not a terrorist. I belong to an American Arab segment of the community in Fresno that consists of doctors saving lives and curing patients every day, engineers building bridges and roads, business owners who provide you with all kinds of goods and services, educators and professors at Fresno State. An attorney friend of mine said, with all that I hear on the news about how bad you guys are, I've never seen one of you in the criminal court. And that is true. If you ever met a terrorist Arab person, please raise your hand and let me know, because we're not. What happened on October 7th was a deliberate and planned attack on a country that a cockroach cannot cross through. To have people drive in 10 miles and do what they did is not true. I come from there. I lived there. I've seen things. I was less than 6 years old the first war I lived in. As a child, that's not fun. Believe me, it's scary, and I wouldn't want anybody to see or feel that. My math is really bad, but I went to public schools, and you guys said about 35 kids died from traffic accidents. That's about 1% of the children dead in a couple of weeks by the Israelis. You guys mentioned compassion for animals. Okay, don't think of Palestinians as human beings. Think of the cats and dogs killed in Gaza by those bombs. Think about really what's going on. Do your own research and find out. Finally, I just want to let you know that not only are our community is very well educated, but we also vote. And we also decide who can represent us. Please keep that in mind, and let me see if honorable literally fits all of you. Thank you.
Next in the chambers, we have Brandy in.
Thank you very much. I want to stand with my fellow neighbors and community members and speak, asking for you to do what the others are asking here. This is a list of children killed in Gaza, their names. These are 4 rows each as of Saturday at 3,200 people. The number has grown by hundreds to over 3,600 today. Thank you. It is 4 columns wide. More children, according to Save the Children, have been killed in Gaza in the last 3 weeks than in all conflicts in the last 3 years. The total number as of this meeting of people killed is 9,207 at least, including children, elderly, journalists, hospital workers, humanitarian workers, men. The numbers, if in doubt, have been corroborated by the IDF, by multiple U.S. State Departments, UN, and most importantly, humanitarian groups that have been there for years, and does not include those that are missing in the rubble, those who die of their injuries and other consequences. In addition, as has been mentioned, children who have survived have had to undergo surgery and amputations without anesthetic, and hospitals have been left with a lack of supplies and not enough aid being allowed. The area has been gassed by phosphorus, has been mentioned numerous times. Over 100 people in refugee camps were killed in the last day. When IDF cut off electricity, included hospitals with machines keeping people alive. Today, the only hospital that treats cancer patients had to shut down because they ran out of fuel. With this death toll, entire family names are being erased due to this. Multiple generations live together, and so as bombings happen, multiple generations have been lost at once, but it's also been continuous. But it should be noted, as horrific as this is, as been mentioned, the suffering, oppression, and injustice that has been exacted on the people has been happening prior to October, and does not include injustices that are happening in parts of Palestine at this moment. I feel like I can't even extend the extent of it, so please listen to the pleas out here of the community and those out in the community that are also been speaking up and protesting, and ask the City Council to speak up and put pressure on the U.S. government to end funding in Israel and stop ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Please listen to them. Please take action. And I want to add as well, to take action with the HEART team that I've been asking before. It is cold now. And if they are threatening, which they have been, they've been threatening arrest of people to not allow them, if they try to keep their tents, their blankets, their sleeping bags, purses, phones, which is basically, which is essentially making them at risk of death and harm. We must have justice here as well. Please listen to the pleas that have been asked. Thank you.
Next in the chambers is Yusuf Robinson.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yusuf Robinson. I'm an African-American Armenian Muslim from Fresno, and my background is in qualitative research. I facilitated qualitative research consultations for several Fortune 500 companies. So I'm here today leveraging my background and my background professionally and personally to give you a front row view of exactly how the Muslim community is evolving with their voices and their actions, because it's going to matter to you when election time comes around. The average Muslim wakes up and they see, probably within minutes, women, children, elderly, in the thousands that are dead. They're seeing women and children who are alive that are crying for our help and crying in excruciating pain mentally and physically. And after that happens, we go through a traumatic stress response, followed by compassion fatigue. But alhamdulillah, all praise and thanks be to God, that guides us to prayer, where we turn to God and we recite things like, إِيَّاكَ نَعْبُدُ وَإِيَّاكَ نَسْتَعِينُ. To you alone do we worship, and to you alone do we pray and ask for help, and then we bow our heads to the ground. And alhamdulillah, we get exactly what we ask for as soon as we finish our prayer. Guidance, peace, and that is in the form of looking at ourselves and being the change that we wish to see in the world. We see Israel bombing, killing, murdering, lying, cheating, stealing. So we look at ourselves and we ask ourselves, are we lying, cheating, stealing in any form or way in our lives? And if we do, we make changes. And if we have done it in the past, we rectify them. And then we also look at people like you guys, Joe Biden, Mayor Dyer, who know the truth. You guys have common sense. You guys know what's going on. And you choose to stay silent. And we learn from that as a blueprint for what not to do. And so we decided to take action with our voices and our actions. And I'm going to let you know, we are very strategic. We're being very relentless. We're asking the right questions. How did it happen that Jerry Dyer rose the Israel flag, but he didn't raise our flag? Who voted on that? How did those votes happen? Who funded those people who got in those positions? Who supported them? Oh, guess what? It was one of the Palestinian families was actually who supported Jerry Dyer when he was elected. And so how are we going to make change? We're going to make change strategically and collectively and relentlessly, okay? Because people are dying. I'm not Palestinian, but those are my Muslim brothers. And those are my sisters. Just like how the Sikh community is standing up for right, the Muslim community is standing up for what's right, and your average person in Fresno is standing up for what's right, and they're going to raise their voices. And the people who stay silent, the people who don't show up to our protest, every single one of you, we know your social media handles, we know you're silent, we know you're not showing up, and it's going to show. Thank you.
Next in the chambers, we have Hanan El-Masri.
Good morning. I can't keep my eye off. In God we trust. I had planned to say a lot of things, some of them already said, but this word is precious. I've always loved it. And where is God with what's happening right now? Any God, we all believe in one God. Even the non-believer, they will stand for humanity. We all have brains, and guess what? It's connected to our hearts somehow, so we can feel things, so we can feel the people pain. How are we standing right here for all those days, listening to lies? How do we, as a Fresno community, that we have, as I Googled, I hope this is right, the number is not really matters right now, we have 16,000 Muslim people lives here. On top of that, not mentioning, I don't know how many Coptic people lives here, how many good Jews people lives here that are against killing innocent civilians, against killing kids. When the Israeli Prime Minister states that they're killing human animals and they deserve to die, these are not animals. They're not. They're good members of this community. They work hard. I know a lot of Palestinian people that lives here for years. When I moved to Fresno, they were nothing but help and support to me and my family. And they're always good people. They're always good friends of my children's. If you see the record of their kids in school, you will see that they are successful and good kids. How do we stand silent watching them treated as animal, invisible? You just mentioned earlier this morning that that it takes a village to raise a child. And guess what? It takes 1 second to bomb hundreds of them for no reason. Nobody has the right to do that. Israel has no right to defend itself because they are occupation. I never heard in my life that occupation has a right to defend. They occupy people, they do all the killing and all the destroy and damage, and they still have rights. I am very sorry that we have to flip rights. Thank you.
Next in the chambers is Fernando Elizondo. Fernando, are you still with us? Going on to the next speaker. Rex Heim. Rex, are you in the chambers?
I'm here for it. I thought it was an agenda item. Is now still the right time?
Which item were you wanting to speak on?
It was, I don't know, 1506, 23-1506.
What? Well, I don't know what that is off the top of the special agenda item. You could speak on that now if you like.
Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you. Good morning, council members. My name is Rex Heim with Western Electrical Contractors Association.
A little closer, Rex, to the microphone. Thank you, sir.
I'm here to urge you to deny the appeal and approve the project for the living spaces going in Fresno. This is a job that's going to get good construction jobs going and consistent jobs after it's built. Right now, I'm pretty sure it's just a dirt lot, and so they're going to develop more greenery and areas for animals, and they have taken all the correct steps to show that not only are they thinking about investment in Fresno, but they're thinking about the greenery and environmentalism that they can take part in Fresno as well. And I'd urge you to deny the appeal, approve the project, and not disencourage, investment in Fresno any further. Thank you very much.
Next in the chambers, Kim Sands. Mr. Willis, I have you up next, just FYI.
Hi, I'm Kim Sands, and I live in Space 26 in Trails End, now La Hacienda. And I'm just here before you now to remind you, I know we're on your schedule as far as the meeting that's coming up for our rent review. And I hope that you guys take into consideration that what Harmony turned in is, it's inhumane, and that's my bottom line. I mean, they did it, they lied to us, they lied to the city, they lied to you guys, and it's just, to move the people that are left in there, the elderly, especially a couple of the elderly that I know, it would just be the death of them, and that is what Harmony might as well just do if that's what you guys closed the park. So really just the conversion impact report, give it a second thought, fight for us, because we're trying to keep our homes. And thank you.
Mr. Willis?
Yeah, right. Okay. In July of 1999, I bought a mobile home at Trails End Mobile Home Park for $6,000. It was located at 104 East Sierra, Space 26. The space rent was then $185 a month. In September of 2001, Gus Musso, an old musician friend of mine, moved in with me at Space 26. The space rent then was $200 a month. Now, Gus lived on Social Security of $1,000 a month. He paid me $300 a month in rent, which included electric, gas, and phone. Pretty sweet, huh? Phone, I say phone because that was a landline in those days. Now, in February of 2004, while continuing to own Space 26, I moved to Space 41, which I rented for $525 a month from my landlord, Victor Rivera, who owned Space 41. Now, 18 years later, September 29, 2022, I bought the mobile home from Victor Rivera for $10,000. Space rent was $300. New owners took over Trails End on October 6th. By January 1st, they announced they were going to close the park in 12 months. They were negligent because they didn't submit the compact conversion report, and so they started their 12-month thing from July, which would mean next year, July, and 20. Okay. The conversion impact of this closing will be irreparable financial and mental damage. An apartment costs $14 a month, times 2 times 5 deposits, that's $3,300. $1,400 a month is $1,100 more than the current space rent of $300. So 11 times 12 would be a yearly cost of $13,200. If I move my trailer, it's going to cost $5,000 to $10,000, and the average space rent out there is $700. If I can even find a park that'll take my old 1943 Champion Mobile. Anyway. The conversion impact report filed by the new owners, Harmony, in order to qualify them to make the sale and shut down the park is grossly inadequate. They plan to offer the remaining people $5,000 to $6,000. On November 16th at 3 o'clock, you guys are going to meet with us about this conversion report. And if you reject Harmony's report, the sale of the park's halted and we have a chance the park will remain. Please, and if not, the irreparable physical, mental, and health harm will be deadly to everyone, devastating. So please, guys, don't allow the park to close. Reject that conversion impact report because it is pathetic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the chambers, Raymond Juarez.
Hey, good morning. Glad to be here. A couple things real quick. I live in District 3, and a couple of real quick things that I wanted to see if maybe we can get a handle on. A lot of street racing and speeding throughout that area. I've tried to reach out to the non-emergency line, and I get tangled up in there because they can't determine if I live in a county. They go, do we got to call sheriffs? Do we got to call CHP? Do we got to call Fresno PD? And hopefully that we can do something in that area. Also, in that area, a lot of illegal dumping off of Bryan between McKinley all the way up to Shields. Real big eyesore, and I don't know who the residents are right there, but maybe we can do something about that. Maybe some cameras, or I know there's a lot of, what do they call it? Shot spotters throughout the valley helping out with stuff like that. Maybe they can create something where, you know, slow down the speeding and all that street racing and, of course, the illegal dumping. I know the deal's already done yesterday with Fresno Unified, but, man, that was a big thumbs down for me personally. 21% increase in the insurance for life and stuff like that. When's the last time Fresno PD got an increase? When's the last time the fire department got an increase? Our city workers, our nurses for that matter. You know what I mean? All our nurses out there who've been on the front line since and before the pandemic, you know what I mean? I feel like a 21% increase was just bogus. That's just me speaking. I'm not bashing teachers. I just think that the decision to do that was just not cool at all. Because what's going to happen next? A pandemic's going to hit again, and they're going to turn their backs on the students again and go back to Zooming and stuff like that. I think that was just a complete no-go. And again, I know the deal's done already, but man, people like, again, city workers, PD, fire department, and our nurses need to be taken care of. You know what I mean? And I'm going to sound real insensitive right now. I apologize. Lord, forgive me. But there's over 100,000 cities in America, and we can't be hard on our city people who are trying to do their best to take care of this city. We can't. Okay, this turns into a big old Baptist sermon and stuff like that. No, okay? There's a lot of matters out there. I apologize. I'm not trying to belittle what's going on across the globe, but man, we can't be hard on you guys at all. So I want to commend you guys for the little bit of work, the improvements that I see out there in the city. I know that this is just the tip of the iceberg, so thank you guys. And just hopefully that we can correct some of those issues within our city that we have more control of, because I think those bigger matters that are happening across the globe need to be at the Capitol. You guys need to go that way. Thank you.
Next in the chambers, Faisal.
Hey, good morning. I've been a Fresnoian for over 10 years after 17 years of being a refugee. I had a passport that will confuse everybody that looked at it. You should have seen people in airports. It was absolutely insane. It was an Egyptian travel document for Palestinian refugees that was issued in Saudi Arabia. This document is a special edition from people from Gaza. You should have... Every time I tried to renew my passport, it took over a year because nobody knew who the authority is. I came here and settled. I love the community. And at one point, I even thought I belonged. Can you imagine that? Never have I felt more out of place than in the past 3 weeks. The mayor decided to raise the Israeli flags after October 7th. He gave a speech targeting all Palestinians in an ugly and an angry way, for that matter. However, the mayor did not raise the Palestinian flag for the 150 children that Israelis killed last year before all this fiasco that started on October 7th. I didn't see support for a two-state solution or equal Palestinian rights. I didn't see condemnation of settler attacks on Palestinians, the demolition of their homes, Palestinians being stripped, sexually harassed, and peed on. The list goes on, and all that is only in the West Bank where there's no Hamas. Gaza, where I'm from, is a much uglier story. The High Commissioner of the United Nations resigned and called this a genocide. Multiple Israeli officials not citizens, publicly referred to me as a human animal living in sewage, and I should die. They want to make Gaza a parking lot, and they're succeeding. Now, why am I talking to you? While Israel is compensating people with damaged infrastructure up to $500,000 and hundreds of dollars a month for reserves, we're not getting any support here. We're sending C-17s to Israel to bomb more children and to see my beautiful Gaza leveled. I want this to stop. I want the weapons flow to stop. I want the enablement to raise my people to stop. I do not stand behind Israel, and I want that everybody who stands behind it to stop, because they cannot. We're allowing this. I think politicians are sacrificing this nation for Israel, and I don't understand why. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next in the chambers, Salam Alu. Salam? Okay, we'll get to them momentarily then, okay? Next in the chambers, we have Steve Diddy.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. I appreciate it. I am here right now, as you can see. Listening to the presentations earlier regarding pedestrian deaths, I had an idea, and this goes back to an idea that I developed when Mayor Autry was in office here. It's similar, but not exactly the same. As I was driving in my car back in the 2000s, I lamented about how many cars in Fresno are idling at intersections, and traffic flow is disrupted, of course, by intersections. That's just the way they are. So I had this idea in my mind that you could have overpasses at every intersection in Fresno, but then I thought, well, that sounds kind of crazy because that'd be very costly, it'd be very disruptive, you have to construct all that, so I tabled that one. Listening to pedestrian deaths, how about overpasses for pedestrians at every intersection in Fresno, walkways? And one thing I texted earlier, you may want to see, I don't know if my life's a TV show or not, I haven't confirmed that, but I texted something about AI emerging in this nation and around the world, and also deepfake videos, and perhaps someday anything gleaned from these sources, mediated sources, could be considered hearsay anywhere in a court of law, unless you witness it yourself, see something yourself. So anyways, getting on to my proposal, well, I don't have that much time for that. So anyways, thinking ahead at the mayor's race coming up next year. I want to, at this time, this may be presumptuous, but endorse Mr. Maxwell for mayor. I say presumptuous, but any comment at this time? Or
Supporting Jerry Dyer.
Okay. I didn't hear what you said. Okay. So anyways, because I'm not going to be running for mayor, that's for sure, because I feel like I've had proverbial tomatoes thrown at me all the time, and if you haven't seen things that I've been supposedly accused of, that's really going to be hearsay. Thank you.
Next in the chambers, apologize, having a difficult time reading this. Sermaine? Is it Germaine? Sorry. Germaine, my apologies.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you doing today? I have a couple quick questions, perhaps statements. I'm a resident of 93706. I believe the young man, Mr. Arias, it's your district. My concern is the programs on the west side or 93706 area code. And this is a statement I asked myself last night, and it was, and I'm sure all the answers would be in compliant with yes. Have you ever seen, saw, or wanted to do something that you couldn't do? Again, have you ever seen, saw something that you couldn't do? That you wanted to do, but you couldn't do? Okay? Well, of course, all the answers I'm sure would be yes. Can you hear me now? Well, I apologize for the show. So, well, again, 93706. My primary thing is kids in baseball. All right? My area, and I love what you said earlier. I was paying attention. You have the Little League program in your area on Shields and Palm, I believe. We don't have that. Every weekend, I drive by the Edison baseball fields. Now, keeping in mind, Parks and Rec do a beautiful job. I have some of the prettiest park and recreations, greenest grasses, baseball fields, nice fences. Not a kid playing a sport. I have park rangers. Love the trucks. My understanding, a ranger ranges. He's like an officer. There's no one there to range, okay? I have other kids playing baseball. Something as simple as baseball. Everywhere except our area. I have other kids coming from across town playing baseball at Edison facilities. I've had a conversation with a gentleman of baseball from this side of town. He's told me that when children from this side of town get to the high school level to play baseball, never have had a ball thrown at them. Ever. Now, in each and every one of your districts, I'm sure there is a baseball being thrown, hit, caught.
You have 10 seconds, Jermaine.
I just want a little bit of information, if you guys can share amongst each other. Perhaps you can share with Mr. Arias how you were able to come up with this, and perhaps you can learn from
Conclude
it.
your time for
Thanks.
today.
Have a good day.
Next in the chambers, I have Haya Katab.
Good morning. I would like to formally introduce myself. My name is Haya Kotob. I'm a Muslim female born and raised here in Fresno, California. I am very proud to be Fresnonian as of 25 days ago. I work as an engineer for the City of Clovis in the Public Utilities Department, as well as an instructor, a professor at Fresno City College in the civil engineering career. I'm a sister, I'm a daughter, I'm a friend, and so forth. And most importantly, the most I'm proud of is being Palestinian. I'm not going to go over all the numbers you guys have heard today, and I'm sure you guys know based on what you guys have seen online. I'm going to tell you an experience I've had. A few months ago, earlier this year, I visited Palestine. As going through the regular checkpoint, I witnessed something where I'm glad to be able to have witnessed it, because I hear stuff and I don't always believe it, but seeing this happen right in front of me was an eye-opener. I am fortunate enough to go in to visit Palestine, whereas a lot of people are not able to visit. A lot of these Palestinians here are not able to go visit Palestine. I go in as a US citizen, so I am able to visit. This elderly Palestinian woman going back to her home has a heart pacer. As she was going through the checkpoint, the machine went off and over 20 Israeli soldiers attacked with their weapons and all. This old lady with a heart pacer got scared, as well as a lot of families that were trying to go home. These Palestinians are living in fear on a daily basis. And this was on an ordinary day earlier this year. For the past 25 days, these children, these families have been living in fear on an hourly basis. They don't know when their house will be bombed. They don't know what's going on, if they're going to live or not. You've heard the numbers, over 9,000. Over 9,000 have been killed. 1.5 million have been displaced. Over 2,000 are still under rubble. 25,000 injured, 150,000 homes destroyed, and over 800 families completely erased. How many more lives do we need to hear go away for us to recognize the situation? These are not just numbers. These are humans. They have names. They have families. You saw the list of names earlier today. As you can see, based on my professional career and my professional background, my goal is to help as many people as I can, whether it's in the public sector or in the education sector. For the past 25 days, I've been wanting to help the situation.
You have 10 seconds.
But unfortunately, I can't. So I'm here to ask for your help. Please cease fire. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I miss anybody in the chambers that wishes to speak before we move to virtual speakers that has not spoken already? Yes. Yes. Please introduce yourself for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Mohsen Khan. I'm not Palestinian, but I do belong to an ethnic group that does get lumped in with Arabs. We do get, as a Pakistani American, again, we get conflated with Arabs all the time. For me, I felt like the people, the children and the babies that are being blown apart in the refugee camp twice in the last 24 hours and all the prior airstrikes by Israel, I felt like those are my nieces and nephews. And this has been a very traumatizing situation for me. I mean, I could barely get any sleep last night, knowing I was going to come here this morning. Just to think of it, just to think of everything that's going on, having to summarize it for you, is just very difficult because I can't process all of this. And I think a lot of my Muslim brothers and sisters are having a lot of difficulty processing everything going on, just to be able to say it to you. So what I want to do is, I can't add much to what my Palestinian brothers and sisters have said, because I see they've said a lot. But I just want to add a reading list that you guys can maybe review. I think you guys are obligated, actually, because we've taken a stance in this city that seems to be pretty pro-Israel, and recognizing that the things that they go through and the casualties they've experienced. So we have already taken sides, the city. And I'm asking, number one, that we should also recognize what Palestinians are going through. If we're going to raise the Israeli flag, we should also raise the Palestinian flag. Because, there was said, people were saying that like 10 to 20 times, it's actually calculated, it's more like 15 times the number of 9/11 casualties per capita happened in Israel. Well, I calculated for Palestinians so far in this conflict, it's like 194 9/11s. That's what Palestinians are going through. That's if you add West Bank and Gaza together. If you look at just Gaza, it's like 500. 9/11s. That's what they're going through right now with these airstrikes. It's by far killing children and babies disproportionately. So I'm going to tell you real quick what some of these books are. You guys should read Norman Finkelstein's Image and Reality of the Israel-Palestine conflict. Read what Ben Gurion, the first prime minister and the main founder of Israel, has said in his letters, including the one on October 5th, 1937, that he wrote to his son, in which he explained that the eventual plan is to expel the Arabs, which is what they're doing right now. It's going all according to plan. Read The Iron Wall by Vladimir Zabotinsky. You guys should be writing this down and reviewing it, because again, some people are saying, hey, we should just focus on city matters, but the city has taken a stance on this. You already got into the conversation with what Jerry Dyer has done. So now you're in it. You have to research what's been going on for the last 75 years, how Palestinians have been gaslighted. Every time they try to fight for their rights, they're called terrorists, and they're saying, why do you have Hamas? Do you know why organizations like Hamas exist? It's when people are being pushed against the wall, who do they turn to? Who do people turn to over here? People turn to gangs. People turn to extremists, even in America.
You have 10 seconds.
So, you have to understand what Barry Goldwater said, whether you agree with it or not. He said, extremism in defense of liberty is no vice. Moderation in pursuit of justice is no virtue. Moderation in pursuit of justice is no virtue. That's what a conservative Republican said decades ago, and that's what they're trying to do in Palestine.
City Clerk, do we have anybody punched up on Zoom that wishes to speak?
Yes, we have 4 hands raised. First up is Lisa Flores.
Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning. How are you guys doing today? I'm glad to see there's political discourse and people coming forward and speaking to you guys on a wide variety of things. And good luck with foreign policy, guys. First off, I'm coming to you yet again about the 1600 block of the prison cell that we call Pereira Prison. Just to let you know that we had yet another accident yesterday on our block because the striping is so poorly done, guys. You just did this proclamation about saving lives and stuff. We really need to sit down and talk about the striping and how to invoke our ADA rights. Yesterday, Chief of Staff Laura Rios basically would not come downstairs to pick up my ADA letters for myself and Cecil Haney. Just wondering, Mr. Jans, is that a civil rights violation? Let's see. Also, too, your contractor, I've reached out to him to find out what the follow-up is from October 10th, and I've yet to get a phone call back. That's more than 20 days. Also, too, what is what's in the dust? I still need to know, because I'm continuing to throw up at places throughout Fresno, which makes me not really want to go out anywhere. Ms. Perea, it's like day 64, 65 for that personal conversation, and I'm just wondering, when are we going to have that one-on-one meeting? I keep hearing you're organizing a meeting, and that was like over 2 weeks ago, so when's the meeting? Finally, Mr. Arias, I understand that there's discussions with the city of Fresno regarding Roding Park and high-speed rail, and it looks like high-speed rail wants to take 7 feet from Roding Park. What is that all about, and can somebody let me know? Because that will impact the new dog park. And let's see, what else? Oh, and the park rangers. At what point are they actually going to get out of their vehicles and meet some of the people that actually use the park on the weekly or the daily, so they can start building those community relationships that obviously need to occur, so we have good community engagement going on in our park system. And that's all. And oh, one last thing. Hey, Louie, I need to know if he wants tamales this year or not. That's it. Thank you.
Next up is Bob McCloskey.
Good morning, Council. As a advocate and a volunteer with the Fresno Homeless Union, I urge you not to approve the conversion report from Harmony. These elderly folks that people so eloquently talk about are going to die because we see people on the streets, especially elderly people dying every day from chronic diseases, etc. Let's try to keep more elderly people in housing, please. Another issue that recently came up, I recently received communication from Housing and Urban Development that they are recognizing my complaint against the city of Fresno with the Department of HUD on the ordinance. They are directing Ms. Georgine White to get back to me within 15 days. If you want to review the letter, I can send it all to you if you don't have it. But what I'm requesting is an actual meeting with Ms. White, with myself and possibly a few other people, to go over this ordinance piece by piece, step by step. Otherwise, this complaint will not be resolved, let me assure you. I did want to commend everybody from the community this week for coming up and speaking out. My wife and I were at the council meeting 2 weeks ago, criticizing the mayor for raising the flag of Israel, criticizing the city for being one-sided, criticizing the city for not speaking up. I have been to 3 demonstrations so far, my wife and I, well attended. I mean, you're losing constituent votes every day by not recognizing the genocide and the horrors committed by the Israeli military. And I bring this up in the context of the homeless because these issues are connected. My tax dollars, your tax dollars, everybody's tax dollars are going to fund genocide and murder. People said 9,000 plus, more than almost half of them children. These funds come directly out of services that could go to the general public, such as more housing. That's what we need. We need the $14.3 billion they're going to send to Israel right now, and the $3.8 billion that we send every year from our tax dollars to go directly to building housing in the state of California and other states, to build housing in Fresno. Let's get people off the streets. Let's stop throwing, literally assisting in the murder and genocide of children. This is over the top. This is why I must speak out. As a disclaimer, I must admit, my wife and I were in Gaza. We were in Gaza. We were at the camps in 1989 during the First Intifada. We were in the West Bank during the First Intifada. We saw firsthand the abuse of the Israeli Defense Forces against the people. Daily abuse, house demolitions.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCloskey.
Next up, we have Salam Aloy.
Hello, my name is Salam. When I became a United States citizen, I swore an oath of loyalty to this country, my country. I have honored that promise, and I would like to use this platform today to continue to do just that. The Zionist state you honored in our public places stands for a violation of the inalienable rights ingrained in our Declaration of Independence, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's aside from the textbook genocide, war crimes, and human rights violation described by the world's most recognized human rights organization. To be clear, this is not an anti-Semitic stance, and we stand side by side with the Jewish people calling not in our name. We are making this demand as Americans. While Mayor Dyer may claim that we are full of hate, I ask him, is that what you truly felt when you joined us at our businesses and establishment? When you sat at our table, ate our food, and shook our hands? If so, why did you accept our participation in every event in this community? From the farmers market at River Park, to the Fresno State Games, the art hop in downtown Fresno, all the way to the big Fresno Fair. Truth is, we are productive and voting members of this community. The majority of us could not be present today because we value our work as doctors, lawyers, engineers, teachers, executives, and business owners. And we will continue to chant and call out for freedom and peace, while the people wielding false morality and false information like murdered babies and rape continue to call out for the death and continued destruction. Let's not be on the wrong side of history, because as we stand, we are posing over the bodies of 9,000 dead Native Americans and telling them the invading colonists have the right to defend themselves. You should not have poked the bear after 75 years of constant human rights violation, murder, imprisonment, and theft. As a person who repeatedly had to navigate political and bureaucratic situations, I do not envy your position. Luckily, this is not a political decision, it is a human one. And we are not asking you to be involved in foreign policy. We are not asking you to condone or condemn any party. We are demanding you show the same concern you showed for anti-Semitism, show the same concern to Islamophobia and Arabphobia, and deliver our voices and our vote to our representatives because they refuse to hear us. Voting and protest is the only power we have left, and we will exercise it to its full capacity. We demand a ceasefire and free Palestine. Thank you.
Next up is Deep Singh.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Council President and Council for allowing me an opportunity to speak and for joining you earlier this morning for recognizing Sikh Heritage Month. I think all of us stand in hopes for peace and an ending to the violence soon. I wanted to specifically speak about the issue that Hugo Morales spoke about with regards to Measure P. You know, what he doesn't share, I definitely want to center. Radio Bilingue is a group that is actually receiving much of the Measure P funding, but still Hugo in his desire for equity and to bring new groups in still is very much a kind of an advocate to allow new and emerging partners to also participate in the Measure P funding as we really sort of diversify and open up the different possibilities for new startup organizations to also get funding. So I really wanted to just lift up my voice in support of Hugo, one of our first Valley MacArthur Foundation genius, and for good reason, that the guidelines should be extended, should be opened up for Measure P funding to allow a more robust engagement with the process. So thank you again, and have a great meeting.
Next up is Shaukat Khan. Please unmute yourself, Shaukat.
Okay, good morning. Shukrat Khan, a lot of people talk about Palestinian. You already have the detail. We in America stand for the peace and democracy. That's why our slogan is all over the world that we are peacemaker. So I'm really upset with the Jerry Dyer, what he did. He put the flags for Israel, not for Palestinian people. I'm really sorry that he don't know the history of Palestinian people, and he better read that history. What is Palestine and what is Israel? And then he make a decision. I don't know why the council member decided to put the flag of Israel, but not for Palestinian. Even the Jews they agree in this country that we are in the wrong side. I don't know how I asked Jerry Dyer and council member to put the flag of Palestinian people right where you have put the flag for Israelis. And also condemn the killing of Palestinian people, what's going on now. Our tax dollar is spending on those bombs, and we are directly responsible for this crime. And I asked Jerry Dyer to apologize, and also, if he don't do that, he has to resign. This is my demand. This is not city of Fresno. We, city of Fresno, are peacemaker. We are peace lover. That's what we do. And this is the wrong side. Jerry Dyer should resign. He should apologize immediately. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Amber Cosson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Well, hello, my name is Amber Cosson, and I'm going to keep this kind of short. I am here to hold my city council accountable and demand that you all use your position to call for an immediate ceasefire. What is happening in Palestine is genocide, and we are funding it. I've seen a lot of concern from people when it comes to our tax dollars about welfare and food stamps. But where's the outrage when it comes to funding the murder of children? There is no war. There is no both sides. This is an openly admitted ethnic cleansing. And although I'm not surprised that the U.S. is helping aid this, but they don't speak for the people. We, the people, want an immediate ceasefire and the bloodshed of innocent civilians to stop now. Today, I am choosing to stand on the right side of history. And if you've ever asked yourself the hypothetical, what would you have done during World War II? You're doing it right now. Thank you.
Next up, we have Sho Habib. Just one more. This is the last one. Sho Habib, unmute yourself, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Dr. Qadri. I'm a neurologist here working in Fresno. I wanted to speak firstly about the fentanyl crisis that's affecting our people here. I've encountered a lot of patients in the hospital I work at where we have young people who take some kind of oxycodone tablet or Xanax tablet, but it's just a cover for a fentanyl tablet, and they end up taking large doses of these things and they enter the ICU completely comatose with severe brain injury as a result. And I feel we should work much harder on trying to track down these drug cartels or figure out how the drugs are entering our cities and poisoning our children. That's something that should be a top priority. If that includes giving more funding to the DEA, we definitely need to work harder on this. Simultaneously, I do want to advocate for the Palestinian cause. I feel it's appalling how we're being almost hypocritical in how we're dealing with the Ukrainians versus the Palestinians. In the Ukrainian conflict, we're supporting the resistance against the oppressive Russian regime, whereas in the Palestinian issue, we're doing quite the opposite by sending our tax dollars to Israel and supporting their bombs, which are killing children by the score. We're even sending our aircraft carriers to the region in case anybody decides to intervene in this conflict and stopping the genocide with respect to Israel. I think what should happen is we should stop all funding to Israel. We should sanction Israel like we sanctioned Russia, remove them from SWIFT, and do our best to implement United Nations resolutions against Israel, which includes resolutions against illegal settlements, which includes resolutions enforcing the 1967 borders. We definitely need to work harder on this front. I would hate for any of us to be complicit just by paying the government our tax dollars. I would really appreciate if the city can do its efforts in at least not supporting Israel by putting flags up in support of Israel, in support of a regime that is committing active genocide. Thank you so much.
There are no more speakers online.
Ms. Katab, please.
I'm sorry, good? Okay, first of all, I'm a person that gets nervous talking in front of people. I do see a lot of people left, probably going back to work. I took the day off this morning to come and hear other people talk also. Me, as a teacher director working for Clovis Unified, helping preschool students that are 4-year-old, focusing on their social emotional, making sure that they are happy, playing, getting engaged with everything that we help them with at preschool. I feel heartbroken toward children in Gaza living genocide that they are going to be engraved in their mind if they are still alive tomorrow. I wasn't planning to speak, but I did want to have my voice raised up, especially for my people in Palestine. Seeing them being killed, being slaughtered, being beheaded, that is inhumanity. So my last sentence to you guys is my condolences to humanity, country that we are living in. Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? We got a motion by Carbasi, and I heard a second from Esparza. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion passes 7-0. I'm going to go ahead and take us to the 10 o'clock a.m. hearing, ID 23-1506, to consider an environmental assessment pertaining to approximately 8 acres of property located on the east side of North Abbey Street between East Minarets, East Alluvial, and East Spruce Avenue in District 6. I'm going to go according to the script prepared by the City Attorney's Office, and we will begin by asking City staff to present the item and their analysis at this time. Good morning.
Right. Hey, raise the podium.
The button,
Can,
the little lever. Switch.
there you go.
Much better. Okay. Good afternoon or good morning, Council President, Vice President, members of the Council. Today's staff brings forth consideration of an appeal of the environmental assessment number P22-04122. Wanted to preface this by saying staff received a letter at 6:03 p.m. yesterday, which is less than the 24-hour period identified in the City Council public hearing notice. We did do a cursory review of that letter, and it seems to be consistent with no other changes or additions from those of Exhibit C, which were the appeal letter originally, and Exhibit N, which is a follow-up letter by the appellant, and this was provided by the appellant. That said, this was brought forth through the development code of the City of Fresno under the appeal
point
process.
of clarification. Sorry, from the City Attorney's Office. Just a point of clarification. If you'll submit that letter that was received to the clerk's office to be included in the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start over. So the CEQA appeal process is done through the City of Fresno Development Code, through the appeals, and when an appellant appeals a CEQA item specifically, that needs to be heard by the council district, or the council. Now, before getting into the appeal, just wanted to provide a brief overview of CEQA and its processes and how it applies to projects so that there's a better understanding of what's going on. When an entitlement is submitted and processed by staff for any development proposal, as part of that process, we require an environmental analysis. And that analysis is started with the CEQA guidelines. And the first step is to determine whether or not it is considered a project, which is defined as part of a whole action, the potential of a result as in either direct or indirect physical change in the environment or foreseeable, reasonably indirect physical change of the environment. If it is not considered a project, it will not be subject to CEQA, but if it is, it will be subject to CEQA. We will provide further analysis. And our review starts with exemptions, which include categorical and statutory exemptions, of which some examples could be smaller construction projects, single-family home construction, rehabilitation or renovations, or possible larger constructions on smaller lots, 5 acres or less. If it's determined that an exemption cannot be applied, then it is required that an analysis of the initial study be done. And the initial study analyzes various environmental impacts, I believe approximately 26, that include biological resources, cultural resources, transportation, utilities, and the like. And as part of that, there are 3 results, whether it's a negative declaration, a mitigated negative declaration, or an environmental impact report. With negative declarations that result from an initial study is where all environmental impacts have either no or less than a significant impact to the environment. With mitigated negative declarations, there's 1 or more that have potential significant impacts, but they are results as less than with mitigation incorporated. And with an environmental impact report, there are potential significant impacts that cannot be mitigated, and then we need to address those with an impact report. Now, that's essentially a brief overview of how CEQA works. With the project in hand, and although I want to preface, or I just want to make sure that today is only the appeal of the environmental assessment, not the development project in hand. That said, you can't have CEQA without a development project, so just to briefly go over that, it was a project that was submitted as a furniture showroom at approximately 105,000 square feet, included on and off-site improvements that are standard, including a parking lot and landscaping, driveway approaches, the like. It is currently vacant, but was previously disturbed as the former Camelot Park, which then turned into Boomers, a family entertainment center that was demolished around 2017, late 2017, early 2018. So again, it's currently vacant, but was recently previously disturbed. That development was approved along with the adoption of the environmental assessment by the director. The appeal was then submitted in its fashion within the 15-day appeal period for both the development permit and the environmental assessment. Because the development permit was also appealed, that had to go to Planning Commission pursuant to our appeal code, and it did. The request was for a denial, or the recommendation was for a denial of the appeal of the development project and adoption of the recommendation, or the recommendation of the adoption of the environmental assessment. Upon public testimony and staff's presentation, the Planning Commission voted 5-0 in denial of the appeal and upholding the director's approval of the development permit as well as adoption of the environmental assessment. That result did not get appealed by the council member or the mayor for the development permit, but again, CEQA has to be brought forth today. Now that said, and again, I want to be specific that this hearing is just for the appeal of the environmental, not of the development project. Staff recommends denial of the appeal of the environmental assessment and adoption of the EA. And with that, I just want to say that we also have the environmental consultant in the audience today, as well as the applicant. And the environmental consultant can respond to any potential technical questions of the environmental assessment impacts. And I apologize, the appeal specifically for an environmental assessment was relative to biological resources, energy, and air quality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now invite the applicant up to present any material that they may have, if they wish to do so.
Good morning, council members. Thank you. My name is Brian Saltikov. I'm with Living Spaces Furniture. I'm a senior PM in the Real Estate and Development Department. We've been working on this project for the last couple of years. I can't specifically speak to the technical aspects of an environmental assessment, but I have read it. I've read the appeal. I've read the response in the memorandum, and I feel very confident that the initial study and the environmental assessment, I think, has addressed any of the potential issues that might arise, whether it's through mitigation or through any other sort of processes of enhancement through the construction review process and permitting process and the construction activities themselves. As far as the project itself goes, I don't think we're here to discuss that, but it is a furniture showroom. It's going to bring jobs to the city, as well as another associated project would be a warehouse to support this particular site, bring more jobs into the city of Fresno. So we're hoping we can address this portion of the project and keep moving forward. And I would be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
We'll do questions later on if any are there.
Thank
Thank you very much. I'd like to now invite the CEQA appellant to make a presentation at this time. Seeing nobody here, we'll go out to the public comment, and we'll first take comments in favor. Oh, are they on Zoom? Okay. Okay.
Yes, we have 5 members on Zoom. First up is Lisa Flores.
Well, no, we're not going to go to public comment at this time. I think we have the CEQA appellant. Okay. I don't know the name of that individual. Do we have that name available for the clerk?
We have Victoria Yunt.
All right. Good morning, Victoria. Floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Young from the law firm Rizzo Jury. I'm here this afternoon on behalf of Appellant Laborers International Union of North America, Local Union 294 LIUNA, and its members living and working in Fresno. LIUNA respectfully requests that the City Council grant its appeal and refrain from approving the M&D and development permit application submitted by Living Spaces until an EIR is prepared for the project. In the time I have, I would like to address two specific issues related to the project and M&D that support requiring an EIR. These include biological resources impacts and air quality health risk and GHG impacts. Turning first to biological resources impacts, LIUNA relied on expert comments provided by wildlife biologist Dr. Sean Smallwood as evidence that the project will have significant biological resource impacts requiring an EIR. Dr. Smallwood reviewed the M&D and the biological resources assessment prepared for the project and surveyed the project site on June 5th and June 6th of 2023. Based on his observations and review, he concluded that the project's construction and operations would result in significant adverse impacts to wildlife. Specifically, Dr. Smallwood concluded that the project would likely have significant impacts on special status species found on and near the project site. While surveying the site, Dr. Smallwood observed 21 species of vertebrate wildlife at the site and another 2 species nearby. This included seeing 3 special status bird species, osprey, double-crested cormorants, and northern harrier. The M&D, however, incorrectly concludes that no special status species have been identified within the project site or in the vicinity of the site. Dr. Smallwood's expert analysis also found that the M&D fails as an informational document because of its 1, inadequate characterization of the environmental setting as it relates to wildlife, 2, improper reliance on pre-construction nesting bird surveys, and 3, failure to adequately analyze the project's impacts on habitat loss, wildlife movement, increased wildlife collision mortalities from project-generated traffic in the area, and cumulative impacts on wildlife. Turning next to air quality, health risk, and GHG impacts. The M&D inadequately analyzed the project's impact on human health from emissions of DPM on nearby sensitive receptors. Based on LIUNA's expert SWAPE's health risk assessment, the excess cancer risk from DPM for infants and lifetime residents exceeds the San Joaquin Valley CEQA threshold of 20 in 1 million. Because this is a significant air quality and health risk impact, SWAPE recommends that the city prepare an EIR that includes construction and operational health risk assessment that analyzes impacts from the project's DPM emissions. Additionally, the city failed to adequately analyze and mitigate the project's GHG emissions from the additional 311 daily vehicle trips as required by the GHG reduction plan. An EIR should be prepared to address the project's potentially significant air quality, health risk, and GHG impacts. Given the substantial evidence that the project will result in a significant environmental impacts, LIUNA respectfully requests that the City Council grant its appeal and require city staff to prepare an EIR for the project. That concludes my comments. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. At this time, we will now go out to the public for any comment. We will first take comments in favor of approval of the CEQA. Anybody in the chambers wish to speak in favor of approval of the CEQA? Nobody in the chamber. Do we have anybody on Zoom that wish to speak in favor?
We have one speaker on Zoom, Hyra.
Hello, Hyra. Do you wish to speak in favor of the CEQA?
No, my comments would be in favor of the ceasefire.
Okay. Unfortunately, the public comment section for that is over.
There are no more speakers online.
Okay. We'll now take comments in opposition to the CEQA. Anybody in the chambers wish to speak in opposition to the CEQA? Seeing nobody in the chambers, do we have anybody punched up?
We have Mabaz.
Mabaz, do you wish to speak in opposition to the CEQA for the 10 o'clock a.m. item?
Actually, no. I'm voting in favor of ceasefire.
Okay, thank you.
Not against.
Unfortunately, we have closed that portion of today's agenda.
There's no more speakers.
Okay. Would the applicant like to provide a rebuttal at this time?
Well, I really, as a technical part of the CEQA, I don't have a proper rebuttal. We have our consultant here on hand to do that. I do hope that you would consider the fact that the appellant, maybe I'm going on a limb here, didn't feel the gumption to show up in person to actually stand face to face with you to appeal this themselves. So I would hope to consider that as well. So that's about all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close the hearing at this time. I'm going to take it up to the dais for discussion or questions. First person punched up is Council Member Arias.
Just one question for legal counsel. As been noted today, we're only taking up the CEQA appeal for consideration. But my question is, when or if does the council take up the actual permitting of the project? Or is this a by right development once CEQA is overcome?
So the entitlement was granted by the Planning Commission. It was appealed to the Planning Commission. That was not appealed to the council. So that decision has become final as to the entitlement.
So if council denies the CEQA appeal today, then the project would proceed into construction without further council action?
The project would be in abeyance until a CEQA were approved for the project. So it would be an approved project, but you need to have a CEQA to move forward. So it would be stayed essentially and could not move forward until and if a CEQA were approved.
So if the council denies the CEQA appeal, the project can proceed to construction?
No. Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. Denies.
I know there's confusion between denies,
I'm sorry for
appeals,
my
agrees.
confusion. Usually we're the ones. Yes. If the appeal is denied, CEQA, as was approved by the planning director and was recommended by Planning Commission, would be approved and the project would proceed if you deny the appeal.
Correct. And if that was to occur, does the council get another bite at the apple for the project approval, or does that just give the green light for the project to proceed?
That would give the green light for the project to proceed.
Great, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve staff report recommendations.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation. Got a second from Esparza. Any other discussion or questions up here on the dais? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to break a little bit early for lunch. We will be back here at 1:30. We'll pick up with contested consent. We have 4 items, and then we'll take closed session afterwards. See everybody back at 1:30.
right, we're gonna get this meeting going again. It's 1:52 p.m. We're gonna move straight into contested consent, starting with item 1B. This is the resolution adopting Measure P, expanded access to arts and culture grant guidelines. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just a request from my governing body. We had a council president who can't get back after lunch. He wanted to be part of this conversation, so I'm going to ask that we table the item for next meeting so we can give everyone an opportunity to be involved in the discussion. So with that, I'll make a motion to table and return at the next meeting.
All right, we have a motion by Arias and a second by Esparza. Any objections? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. The motion passes 6-0. All right, we're going to move on to item 1E. That's to approve an agreement for professional architectural engineering services with NJA Architecture of Lodi for $1.72 million with an $80,000 contingency. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Parks Director, you got a second? Director, I don't have any concerns with this item. I just wanted to take the opportunity to point out a couple of things to the council and to the general public. As you know, council, we've been under Measure P, investing dollars in much needed renovations of our community centers in my district. This includes Frank H. Ball, Mary Alla, Maxie, and Sunset. This item would hire the architect to begin that work. And just as a reminder, Frank H. Ball was opened in 1922, extremely old. And in that context, we have been in communication with some of the community-based organizations that are tenants in these buildings and have made them aware of the need to find alternative locations so that we can proceed with the renovations that the community has been asking for a long time, and that Measure P has finally funded. So just want to say thank you to staff for working with those tenants and with all the different parks departments that use our centers so it doesn't slow down any renovation improvements of these desperately needed community centers. My only question for you, Parks Director, is would this architectural contract at this point have any caused any delay for these centers to be used as warming centers for the winter?
No, Aaron Aguirre, Parks Director. Council member, right now we're still, as you know, if this gets approved today, we have the contract execution, we have the insurance phase to go through. So that's probably going to take us into early 2024, late 2023. Then at that point, really what we get into is the outreach, the community outreach. So at that point, we aren't really doing anything. We're hearing from the community. That's really going to drive what these look like.
Okay, great. Thank you. Motion to approve.
All right, this is for item 1E, motion to approve by Councilmember Arias, a second by Councilmember Esparza. Any objections? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. Up next is item 1I. This is an agreement to approve a first amendment to a services contract with Holloway Environmental Solutions. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Yes. Director and City Manager, I read the contract in the staff report, and it looks like the staff is requesting that we increase the amount by $2.8 million of one of the two vendors.
That's correct.
My only question was really around why are we not increasing the secondary vendor that does exactly the same thing? How's with its biosolids?
Good afternoon, Council. Brock Buki, Director of Public Utilities. We are working primarily, or we have two contractors hauling away biosolids. One of them charges a little bit more per ton than the other, and so the one we're increasing, it has the lower tonnage rate, and so we're just focusing on using that one.
Do you anticipate having to increase the contract authority for the secondary vendor?
No, the contract expires in April, and we should be able to get through that duration and then get a new contract in place.
And with the new contract, with the contracts expiring in April, are you currently out for an RFP for new contractors, or is it going to be an extension of existing contracts?
They're developing the bid package right now.
So we're in November now. We don't know we're going to do an RFP for...
We're preparing it right now, the RFP. Right.
So there will be an RFP for...
Yes, there will be.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Motion to approve.
All right, I have a motion to approve. This is for item 1J by Councilmember Arias with a second by Councilmember Carbasi. Any objections? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. One aye.
Yes.
This is for item 1I. The item passes 6-0. All right, up next is item 1J. This is a bill amending the uncodified ordinance to adopt changes and additions to the official list of designated special speed zones for various streets within the city of Fresno. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Can I just make one quick comment before you ask your questions? We're going to be doing something on the 16th, but I didn't want to wait this long. I just wanted to congratulate Scott Mosier and his entire team. They just came from the American Public Works Association chapter luncheon where the city of Fresno received several awards. One, the Veterans Boulevard State Route 99 interchange and corridor was awarded the Project of the Year. Councilmember Perea, the Wishon Complete Streets project was awarded the Fresno State Transportation Institute Project of the Year. Congratulations. And then our own Jill Gormley, Outstanding Professional in the Public Sector Award from the Fresno State Transportation Institute. So congratulations to our entire Public Works team. Jill Gormley, congratulations, well deserved. We'll do a more formal acknowledgement at the next council meeting. Councilmember Arias, thank you very much for allowing me to
Thank you. Congratulations again. My general question is, when it comes to traffic speeds, residents typically have two comments or two requests. One is in their neighborhoods, they want us to slow traffic down. That's why they've all asked for speed bumps and, traffic control and stop signs. And I think we've responded significantly in the last few years to slow traffic down. The second request is that we speed up traffic on their way to work or wherever their destination is. And I've always reminded my residents that Palm Avenue and McKinley Avenue, where you want us to speed traffic up, is also the frontage of somebody else's house and somebody else's neighborhood. So in general, I noticed that the item reduces speeds in multiple sections across the city. Is that a trend now that we should anticipate more of, or do you see us increasing speeds in some of these corridors?
Good afternoon, Jill Gormley, Public Works Department. We've actually been decreasing speeds. I've been here for 12 years. I've not seen a speed limit increased along any of our roadways, so we do between 10 and 20 segments of roadway decreasing that speed limit every year.
And do you, when you do your study for each of these routes, do you also take into consideration which ones now have protected bike lanes? And is that considered in your recommendation?
The protected bike lanes are not specifically included in our analysis as far as, weighting something against something else as far as infrastructure. But we've seen in some of the protected bike lanes that we have installed throughout the city and nationally for these types of projects that when you narrow the roadway, when you create, when you put things out there like parked cars or bike lanes that the speeds are reduced almost naturally because it's not as comfortable to go as fast as they might have been going before that infrastructure.
Okay. Well, thank you again for your work in slowing traffic down in our residential neighborhoods, and I would encourage residents who want to go faster from point A to point B to use the freeways that we have plenty of in the city. With that, make a motion to approve.
Okay, this is for item 1J. We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Congratulations. So it is correct when we often, like walking door to door, people will say, I'm so concerned about this street in my neighborhood. Why can't you guys just take the speed limit down from, 40 to 25? And there is a process by the state where, for safety reasons, we can't just do that. Can you just quickly for the public outline what that process is like and how it's only a 5-mile-per-hour increment?
Sure. The methodology that we use to set our speed limits is, we refer to it as the 85th percentile methodology. It's outlined in the California Vehicle Code. And basically what that entails is we have our staff go out and survey the segment of roadway. We do it on a 5-year cycle for each roadway and collect data for that roadway, and we bring it back and look at it, and we set the speed at what 85% of the people are traveling at or below. And we have the opportunity or the ability to round that up to the nearest 5 or down to the nearest 5 miles per hour.
Got it. Well, I'm glad to see here on the list you have several streets in Northwest Fresno. You've got San Jose from Cornelia to Salinas, which is a new road. You've got Glen from Audubon to Del Mar going from 30 to 25. That's big for the neighborhood, especially because we're going to, thanks to your hard work, we're going to have that traffic signal going at Del Mar and Audubon soon. Along with the crosswalks, you've got Hayes from Herndon to Veterans, which will be at 40 miles an hour. And then segments of Friant going from 50 to 45. I think it's a big deal for all of us that are concerned about that area because it's an area that comes into Northwest Fresno as well. So thank you for doing that. This is good.
All right, seeing no one else punched up, we have a motion and a second for item 1J. Any objections? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. Thank you, Jill.
Thank you.
All right, so at this time, we're going to move to closed session, and we're also going to be moving into our special meeting for an additional closed session item. So, City Attorney, will you please read those off?
Today in closed session, we have item A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Leonard Lujan versus City of Fresno. Item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Michael Brogdon versus City of Fresno. Items C, D, and E are all conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, all one potential case. Item F, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 2 potential cases involving a hearing on a conversion impact report and relocation plan. As to the special item, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 1 potential case involving a letter received from Lance Cash and Company. We may have reportable items after closed session.
Thank you, City Attorney. At this time, we'll adjourn into closed session.
you.